we'd like the CAO and CLA to provide us an overview of the first 21 pages that deal with the summary, because I think we're going to have another meeting to go through the 50 suggestions as to reorganizations and things like that, so we can have more of an in-depth discussion. So that would be our game plan today, but we will recess for a short minute and go into closed session for items 1, 2, and 3. Those items and also ask city staff to come in at this time. While you're doing that, we have one public comment, general public comment. Charles Leone, come up at this time.
Yes, these are all for 9.
Honorable Chair, Parks, members of the Budget and Finance Committee, we do thank you so much this morning for your time. My name is Charles Leone, and I represent the working men and women of Street Services for SEIU 721. I come to you this morning because, as you know, Mother Nature struck again over the weekend. Your council offices have gotten a number of phone calls for potholes, fallen trees, and limbs. Street Services is a vital service in this city. The Bureau of Street Services is on the brink of disaster. Their budget is $144 million, with only $19 million of it coming from the general fund. Since July, Bill Robertson, in addition to other executives, have tried very hard to get off of furloughs. Time and time again, they were not heard. We're asking for you today to honor the legacy of Bill Robertson and his service to the city of Los Angeles, and to also honor the hard work of the men and women of Street Services by taking them off of furloughs. You have that capacity today. There was a council motion. If you want to make it part of the mid-year report, then so be it. But we really need your help. The Bureau is operating with gas tax money that constituents in the city of Los Angeles pay at full cost every time they pump their cars. Measure R, which is what they passed in 2008 when they said this is money we want to give the city, increase our taxes for road repair, and also federal funds that the Obama administration has given the city of Los Angeles. Right now, the Bureau of Street Services has a surplus of gas tax money. They've asked to buy out the remaining furloughs, and still it has not happened. A little bit more than $2 million is the cost, and yet they have $60 million in surplus savings. We understand you may need to use some of that gas tax money to help address the citywide problems, but we do believe that in your capacity as members of this Budget and Finance Committee, you could hear right now, if you were to go to any of your field offices, the hundreds of phone calls you're getting for lot cleaning, for streets that aren't being swept, for the fact that our resurfacing miles will not be complete. We need your help. How do we lose money to the general fund when streets aren't swept? Because citations aren't issued to posted routes when streets aren't swept. With the existing personnel the Bureau of Street Services has, without furloughs, they don't have enough people to sweep streets. You can only imagine what furloughs do. Thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Let me just respond to you just one thing. You may want to look at page 50 in the financial status report. I think they cover many of the issues that you have a concern about.
I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Next, public comment, Paul Castro. Paul Castro, public comment. Okay, we'll move on and add that to the record. We're going to go to items 5, 6, 7, and 8. And Ray, you have an order that you want to address those.
The City Controller report relative to the annual review on the condition of all city funds in the city treasury as of June 30th, 2010, and review of cash and investment activities. Start with that one, and then we'll go back to item 5, 7, and 8.
Okay.
And I'll go ahead, since the Controller's here, I'll go ahead and read item 5 as well. City Controller report relative to the annual request to borrow from the reserve fund at year end. Item 7 is communication from the mayor relative to eliminating the current year budget deficit and protecting the reserve fund. And item 8 is City Controller's March 1st report relative to estimates of revenue for the upcoming fiscal year and the amount of revenue required to meet the annual debt service requirements for principal and interest for the city's general obligation bonds.
Okay. Thank you very much. Good morning, Ms. Buell.
Good morning, Mr. Parks. How are you?
Fine, fine. You're going to deal with what, 5, 6, and 8?
Yes.
Okay, very good. So I think they wanted for continuity that we start with 6 first.
Yes, we talked about last year in item 6, and then we can move into more of the current year and future.
Okay. Thank you.
Let me just make sure I know which one is 6 on my, yes, the condition of city funds. Thank you. I have, of course, joining me today, Matthias, which is your first year on my staff during a budget time. So we're glad to have him here. And we just, as you may know, released the CAFR a week or so ago. And he was instrumental in that as well. So item 6 is the controller's report relative to the annual review of the condition of all of the city funds and the city's treasury as of June 30th of 2010, and review of the cash and investment activities. Our review found that the treasurer's investment activities to be in compliance with the state government code. And as of June 30th, 2010, the total amount of cash, bank balances, and unprocessed items for the city is approximately $109 million, and the total amount invested is approximately $7 billion. The Treasurer's Office, as you know, has been in a state of transition since Joya left last year, and continues to be a key part of the city's financial management team. Aligning finance-related functions in one office, as we have indicated in one of our recent audits, we believe would increase the efficiency and effectiveness of the city's financial operations. I think you'll see as well in the CAO's recommended report in his Strengthen City Government, talking about potentially moving forward and consolidating these two departments. So that really is our brief report on item number 6. It's a very kind of factual information of what occurred through June 30th of 2010.
Let me just ask, Ray, is there any new information since the last time we discussed the potential merger of the two departments? Is there any new information that you can share with us, or are we still waiting for the 11-12 budget?
I think at this point we're waiting for the 11-12 budget, but as part of our item number 9, we do have a proposal that talks about possible consolidation.
Okay. And then, Ms. Grew, let me just ask on
Yes.
the item, page 6, has that been resolved on the update of department signature issue that's attached to this report?
This is on
your report,
page 6.
item 6, page 6.
I think we're joined by the treasurer.
Good morning, council members. This is Steve O'Malley, interim city treasurer. This is a finding that the controller and the external auditors have found to be, to an extent, prevalent in the city. And I say the city because it is the city departments who are responsible for providing signatures that we verify before we send wires out to different banks and different recipients. Unfortunately, city departments, due to turnovers, sometimes do not submit the required signatures on time. And so there are times that somebody could leave, and 6 months later, we still get the old signature, somebody who's left the city authorizing a transaction of several $1 million. It's a problem. And what we're proposing currently, and we've discussed this with the Controller's Office as well as the external auditors, is to automate our system where the departments would have the security clearance to enter their wire transactions, and then, of course, we will verify to make sure that the funds are available before we release those funds. However, the security clearance or the security renewal for their passwords will be ongoing, not only like once a year, but probably on a quarterly basis, to make sure that the authorized personnel actually are the ones who enter the wire transactions before we release them.
Will this be somewhat mitigated on Ms. Brew's proposal about the 60-day return of employees? Is that giving more stability to that accounting?
You mean the temporary accountants that we have?
Would that solve some of this?
Probably, no. I mean, that helps, of course, in expediting some of the items getting forward when we have a lack of staff. But I think it really is incumbent upon the general managers of each of the departments. And I think this is still a serious issue, and I think the treasurer is only as good as what the departments tell him. And so we're willing to work with the Office of the Treasury and probably even the Personnel Department and others, when changes are made for those signatories, there should something electronically to be able to notify. Because we found this on other instances, whether it be city credit cards or other things that occur, that person or access to the computer system once they have left the department or even left the city of Los Angeles employment. So it is a serious issue that we would not want those transfers to occur and to be able to know. But it is incumbent upon the general managers of each of those departments to notify the treasurer at that time.
We're in good shape, actually.
So the two of you are going to work together to resolve this, because it's like one half,
Absolutely.
18 or so of the 30-some-odd have inappropriate or dated signatures?
Definitely.
Yes.
So could we get
Do you
a
want us to
report
report
back?
back? Sure.
Yeah, on that, just to get an idea of that, how that's been resolved.
Okay.
Okay.
We'll look at some creative ways.
Colleagues, any
to-
questions on 6 before we go to another report? Okay.
You want us to go back to the March 1st?
Yes. Go back to what, I think 5 is the order?
I want to say it's
Ray, was that the order 5 and then
based on attrition,
8?
like 1,000.
So item 5 before you is the request to borrow from the reserve fund. Since fiscal year 2002 and 3, this office has annually requested and received council authority to borrow from the reserve fund at year end to cover any circumstances where departmental expenditures exceed appropriation or available receipts. I will again make this request at the end of April. However, I will exclude certain appropriations to preserve the reserve fund and withhold payments, and I sent a letter to that request. I will follow the mayor and council's direction on the mid-year FSR to determine which departments will receive additional appropriations for the remainder of this fiscal year. As I mentioned in my letter, currently general salaries are at risk for having unfunded liabilities at year end, primarily because departments are absorbing ERIP payouts and reduced work furloughs for EAA employees. As I mentioned in my letter, some of the departments with the greatest potential liabilities include City Attorney General Services, ITA, Police, and Transportation. And this was a letter we drafted and sent to you on March 4th. And I think our point at oftentimes whether it be the city controller or this council finds out after some of the expenditures have occurred that a department is over budget, particularly in the salaries. And one of the goals I had when I became city controller was to have that information on an earlier basis to notify the city council and the mayor when we were getting to that point in time. This was our effort in this year to highlight, before we got to the end of the fiscal year, to highlight those departments that we felt were at risk going forward, particularly in their salaries accounts.
The thing is, I think that's something that I think this committee has been looking for a while, because I think there's no real harm in blowing out your budget because someone will fix it for you at the end of the year. The controller will find the money, the CAO will find the money, something. And so the key is that if implementing that, the ramifications, I think, clearly would be that there'd be departments that could not pay their employees. And whether they clearly understand that is going to be very important as you move forward implementing it. And the other thing I'd ask is that have you and the CAO clarified which departments are, that you have a general understanding which departments are in jeopardy? Because some of these departments we've imposed things on, others just have not implemented their budget or they've overspent their budget, as opposed to making those two clarifications.
Well, I think, as you say, and I've learned with my 7-year-old, consequences, learned that word very early on, that we were hoping in this year, and hopefully with our FMS system even next year, we will have a better, kind of monthly understanding of that, where their salaries are. I think that we wanted to highlight to you, so we didn't get to the end and serving with you on this committee, I know how important that was, because we had some departments that would say to us in March or April, we'd ask them, why did you spend more than what you had in your budget? And the response was, because you didn't give us enough. That's not the appropriate response going forward. So you'll see on the list, and I'll ask Matias if there's anything else on this, but what we're suggesting is that unless the council acts specifically on salary adjustments in their appropriations, that we won't be paying those. And so we'll let you know, this is what we're telling you today, this is what we anticipate, but when we get to that point, because historically, it has been at the end of the fiscal year, we borrow money to pay, and then it's adjusted for the next year. What we're saying is we don't feel that's the appropriate action any longer, and to identify exactly where those departments are that are over budget.
Okay, so you're going to put in operations Mr. Smith's famous statement that budgets are not advisory?
That's right.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any questions? No. Jose?
Has anything changed since I left the budget department, the budget committee? Okay.
Paul does.
Yeah, just to clarify on what you're suggesting. So you're suggesting that if a department winds up over budget at the end of the year, that you won't provide that money to them?
What we're suggesting is we will not process those payments until the council has taken action to give them additional money. Getting permission instead of, asking for forgiveness, I guess, is a common theme as well. So normally what has occurred is the city departments would expend greater, and then at the end of the fiscal year and the beginning of next year, everyone would just make the adjustments, take it from the reserve fund, take it from here, without understanding the ramifications of that occurring. And that, again, some departments have historically just done that every single year. The police department in the past, and I don't know in this year, but in the past, as you know, had always gone over in their overtime, and we, a few years ago, said, no, we're not going to continue to add on. We're going to say, if this is what your overtime is, we're going to keep it in your department, and then after that, you're going to have to get permission. So we're, as you are, I think all of you, trying to set the example of staying within the budget that you were approved and appropriated.
No, I think that's actually a very good process, because I've watched this even before I was here. I've watched this for years, and I never understood why departments could just overspend their budget and there not be any consequences. We just figure out how to pay it, especially now when we no longer have that ability. It's probably something we should have done a long time ago, but I think this certainly, if there ever was a time, this is the time to start a better practice. So,
and we thought it was important to highlight that this year, again, particularly to say, here's where we are in this position. The CAO, of course, has done that as well. We do that in concert with them.
I think that's great. Thank you.
And I think one of the things that shouldn't go unnoticed is that it's really a major protection on our reserve fund, because that's what generally gets hit on these unexpected costs, where we think we're approaching 5%, and then all of a sudden we find we didn't quite make it because of all these other costs. And so, I appreciate that, and I think we need to make sure that from the CAOs and the controller, clearly make it to the department heads what this document means, that there has to be a definitive and proactive step of funding before the controller will pay. It will not just be that you're over and she has the last month of the year just to make all the books look pretty. She's just not going to pay them without a definitive or proactive step by the council. So I think that, but we do need to make them aware if they're not already aware, but just to bring that back up. But thank you very much. I think that's something that is going to be very important, and it's something I think this committee has longed for.
Long time, yes, yes.
Okay.
And it was something, as I, again, leaving this committee and going to the controller's office, something I thought would be important to be able to educate and inform. And we think we'll probably even have better numbers next year when we have an FMS system on a more regular basis.
Thank you. Now, let's see, next item would be what, number 8?
Yes.
And I think that's then the March 1st report, okay. Again, thank you, council members, for hearing this report today. And the March 1st report, as you know, is a requirement of the charter that we provide the mayor and council revenue projections for the upcoming year as you prepare for your budget. And as you know, sometimes it's only as good as the day in which you release that. We will continue to have updated information based on actual numbers that are coming forth as well. I know you will have many difficult decisions to make in this next year, not only today but in the next few months, to help close this year's budget gap and to solve the next year's budget. There are no easy decisions to make, and we know that these decisions will have real impacts on city services and will require a restructuring of how we do business as a city. Though through the reductions that the departments have made and taken, and those that you have, and the CAO has been able to come forward, as you know, with a solution to address this year's budget deficit. And I want to make sure, and this we reiterate in the March 1st report, is the reserve fund continues to be a top priority. And if no other time in the last few years, we have understood how important that is, because we cannot rely on the reserve fund to save the city from this year's deficit or next year's deficit, and that we need to make sure we have that strong reserve fund, and hence why we also, again, on the previous items, want to ensure that we're not just saying at the end of the year we can take from the reserve fund. I do want to just make note real quickly that on the CAO's recommendations, I read this, Miguel asked me how I liked the report as I read it this weekend. There are a lot of ideas in that budget recommendations and the white paper proposals, and many of them not easy to consider, but ones in which I think we have to look at what our core services are. I do want to mention that there are a couple of them that are related to our audit recommendations that we've had in the past. Reducing and better managing our GSD fleet services, and of course asset management, the consolidation of the treasurer and finance, and public-private partnerships in the city of Los Angeles. And I do believe in hopefully working with Councilmember Koretz's committee and others that we look again at all of the audits that have come forward and those that we can move on expeditiously to implement them and to find some of those dollars. Before you is the March 1st economic forecast that looks at the estimate of revenue, as well as estimate of the amount of revenue required to meet our annual debt service, requirements for principal and interest for the general city's obligation bonds. The consensus among economic experts is that our economy has hit bottom and it is beginning to recover. Unfortunately, the recovery is expected to be slow and sluggish. The bottom line is that we have a long way to go, with a $350 million projected budget deficit for next year and even larger in the subsequent years. The council cannot count on increased revenue through taxes or others to help balance the city's massive budget deficits. In preparing my estimate of the general fund revenue for the current and fiscal years, I met with 5 leading economists, and reviewed the economic forecast of UCLA, the State Department of Finance, the State Legislative Analyst's Office, and the LA County Economic Development Corporation. And as I mentioned, as you know, they can fluctuate each year, both positively and negatively. For this year, I estimated that our general fund revenue is to be at $119.2 million below budget, its lowest point during the last 4 years. I estimated revenue derived from licenses, permits, fees, and fines at $107.9 million below budget. And the failure of the P3 parking structure proposal to go forward is also $53.2 million in receipts, make up approximately half of the shortfall. The remainder is comprised of receipts from fees and services and related cost reimbursements, both which can be increased or decreased through budgetary policy actions. Excuse me, you'll be discussing some of these at the CAO's as part of the third FSR. Regarding next fiscal year, I estimated only modest growth in the overall general fund revenue from my 2010-11 estimates. Moderate growth of approximately 4.5% in the sum of business tax, sales tax, hotel tax, documentary transfer tax is dampened by assumed reductions in transfers from the Power Revenue Fund, Telecommunication Development Account, and surplus parking revenue. While we anticipate tax revenue for the current year to be dramatically lower in almost every category, we do project that 4 of the 7 tax revenue streams will actually increase next year. Unfortunately, the anticipated decrease in property tax will outweigh any other revenue increases. As we discussed, I've repeatedly expressed on my concern about having a strong city's reserve fund. It's approximately $191 million, of which $121 million is set aside as the emergency reserve. As we approach next fiscal year, it is critical that the city take actions to preserve the reserve fund. A reduced reserve fund would put us in a difficult position for cash flow purposes early next year. It would leave us with very few options if the city to experience any kind of use of the reserve fund, such as a natural disaster or financial disaster. And as I like to say to Mr. Smith, we've had, in your district, I think, fires, floods, earthquakes. So I strongly recommend that any actions to bring expenditures in line with revenues must also include the maintenance of the reserve fund at the levels prescribed by the city's financial policies. All of this brings me to additional concerns of mine as we move forward during these challenging times, and my other report, as I mentioned, on the year-end reserve fund. As you know, we are responsible for making payments to city employees, vendors, bondholders, and others. And so I, as mentioned, will withhold any of those payments until those issues are resolved. I think in closing, I want to thank the economists who came in free of charge to us and met with us on numerous occasions to give us their thoughts and information. And I would also like to thank the staff of all the city departments who came through in providing information on revenues for their areas of responsibility, and of course, all of my staff in my financial analyst and reporting division for putting this report together. I think the bottom line I want to leave you with is we have a little bit of good news, but not a whole lot, and that there are so many things that are fluctuating. As I was driving in this morning and hearing the radio talking about housing sales and housing prices, all of that still has not recovered. Our budget is all too often focused primarily and dependent upon the real estate. And in that instance, it causes us to have these kinds of fluctuations. And so as you look at the CAO's FSR and future opportunities in the city to be more efficient and look at what our core services are, we have to take that into consideration. Our office will continue to provide you with information that is useful in your decision-making process, but we will still have those common themes of core services and making sure that we have that strong reserve fund and that we keep our departments in line with the budgets that you have approved and the appropriations that are there. And so I do have Matthias here if you have any questions specifically on our lengthy March 1st report and our forecasts. But I think the message is it's still going to be a slow and sluggish recovery here in the city of Los Angeles.
Thank you very much. And I appreciated the insight from the economists because it gave a perspective from a variety of ways, and they stated it in 4 or 5 different ways about the same thing. The economy is going to be sluggish. The one question I had was, and although you used the word on page 3, optimistic, I was somewhat concerned that when we look at the table 1 in the middle of the page 3, that our 10-11 budget that we adopted, we went for about $4.3 billion on our projections. Yours was more conservative for that year at 4.2, but I was surprised that 11-12 that you went above last year's projections, even though we've had to find $170 some odd million during this year to bring this current year's budget in line, and we've seen a more recent reduction in our revenue sources. And I'm just wondering how optimistic is the 4.278 that you're projecting for 11-12, or should it be closer to 4.2 because of all the things that are currently before us?
Matthias Farfan for Office of Controller. We're just showing a modest growth. The 2 numbers you should be looking at, I mean, you have the first number, which is the adopted budget, which is almost $4.4 billion. Then in our report, we're revising it down to $4.25 billion. That's right. And then for next year, it's pretty much flatline. So it's still $4.28 billion. So it's very modest growth.
Yeah.
There is
I understand that. I was just concerned that you were closer, much closer on the issue than the approved budget. And the approved budget showed us immediately we had to come up with about $70 some odd million just at this point to break even. And if revenue continues to drop over the next couple of months, we'll have to find even more. And so that's why when I saw the word optimistic on your first paragraph, I was saying how optimistic because I think even though we went for 4.3 this year in the budget, we went through an exercise during the budget hearings and actually reduced that number to where we ended up with 4.3. And so I'm just wondering, is that when you say optimistic, is that 50 million optimistic? Do you have any figure of that in the sense of, although it's a bare percentage over last year, how much optimism is in there, or should we be looking at more bare bones compared to what we're going through this year, what the state is imposing on us, what may be happening with the, they're talking about the housing market may drop some more, and that's our number one revenue source. So I'm just wondering, when you use the words optimistic, is that something that...
Maybe we should have used cautiously optimistic.
I'm just wondering, is
Yes.
there a sense there that that 4.2 is really real, or is it something we should be looking below that as we move forward?
And I'll let Matisse answer too. I mean, I think as we were chatting after reviewing the report this weekend and this morning, that we tend to be more conservative. I mean, we do tend to be more conservative. So I think that in these numbers, we feel pretty good about that. And so I don't know if you have anything based on other data we've gotten recently.
Yes, and then, I mean, in the coming month, we'll be receiving our sales tax numbers for the Christmas season. So it looks like those may be better than anticipated. We're keeping our fingers crossed. There's also the business tax that right now is coming in. We did revise the business tax number a little bit, slightly above what's in the adopted budget. After April 1st, we'll get a better sense as to what the final number will likely be. But that's something you would see with the mayor's proposed budget. So there are some line items here that do look as though they could have a little bit of positive in them. It's too early to tell. Another item here that we had reduced was departmental receipts. Of course, 53 million of that was for the P3 parking structures. There's things in there like the related cost, from special funds reimbursing the general fund, and other items that are just strictly budget policy related. As council approves fee increases, if there's delays in getting the ordinances up and running, then that decreases the revenue for this year. But then if they're in place by the end of this year, then we will realize the full year revenue next fiscal year. So there's some of that that's playing into that slight growth into next fiscal year as well.
And I think what we'd be more than happy to do too, in working cooperatively with the CAO, and I have to say that this was for us, when we had our meetings in January and February, the CAO was part of all of the meetings that we held, so that we were in concert on those numbers. And as we get real numbers in the next month, that may impact, and we will report back to you in addition to the CAO as well.
So we should expect another reporting before we start the budget deliberations?
Well, the next report you would be seeing, I mean, the mayor is due to release his proposed budget April 20th. So when you receive that would have the most current revenue numbers in his proposed budget.
Well, the thing I think what I'm concerned about is we got the budget last year, and we made some revisions because material came in subsequent to the budget. So I would like to see if, as you go through your numbers and grind them, that if there's something available to us that's more current before we start our deliberations, because if we start off on a budget that is overly optimistic in numbers, we know what we're going to be doing for the whole year. We're going to be budgeting every hour and every day, as opposed to having more realistic numbers that we can start off with, make tough decisions early on, or at least have 12 months to make those tough decisions as opposed to 3 months. And so I would hope that if there's something, even after the mayor's budget is published, that's more current, that would help the committee, we'd hope we could get access to that.
We will definitely provide that to you and to the CAO and CLA as we get any of that additional information. I think it is important, and Matthias mentioned it, as some of the revenue, although it has gotten better in the last year, the implementation of ordinances or other items for those fee increases that you have adopted, there are still some that have not been implemented yet this year. And I know, again, that is something that you have been particularly attuned to, Mr. Parks, to ensure that we start it as quickly as possible. And some of the, I think, adoptions even within the CAO's report ask that these get adopted even prior to July 1st so that they can take effect on July 1st. But that continues to be an issue that we look at as well in the Controller's Office.
Yeah, I have some question regarding the documentary transfer tax, and you show a slight increase in that projection. Yet at the same time, you had a bubble last year in your revenue, and you showed it back down again. And the reason for the bubble was you had the re-extension of the one-time tax credit for first-time buyers. That's gone. Now we have the Republican Congress trying to eliminate or diminish Fannie and Freddie, and also probably some votes in the Senate on the Democrat side that would come over and support reductions in Fannie and Freddie, which again crunches the ability for people to loan and get housing. So all the trends to me, and those in the stock market are watching it, are downward rather than upward, and yet you show a slight upward trend in document transfer tax, which is based on real estate sales. So I'm wondering why UCLA people picked a upward trend in that when everything is trending downward.
That's just in meeting with the economists that they, just from reading their materials and discussing it with them, they say that it's trending upwards. We did reduce documentary transfer tax from the adopted budget amount to the revised amount. It was mainly due because of the commercial transfer tax that was built into this year's doc tax, but going forward in the next year, it is a very slight increase. It's not.
Yeah, and I would predict a further decrease myself. I'll bring that up with the CAO, but I was just wondering, was there a time date in this before the proposal in Congress?
Yes, I think a lot of that was drafted, and information that was received was prior
Months
to
ago,
the
yeah.
Republican Congress coming in
Yeah,
and
okay.
making some of those recommendations. So it'll reflect, as Mr. Parks indicated, we'll try to keep, and again, in coordination with the CAO as we get additional numbers or information
All right.
as often as possible.
Thank you.
Mr. Weedars? Mr. Weedars?
No, appreciate your report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate
Thank
the
you very
information.
much.
We look forward to any new information as we get ready to go in through the budget process, and certainly appreciate the depth of your March 1st report.
Thank you very much, and we will keep in close contact with you and the CAO, and we look forward to some of the recommendations that our audits had found as well that we can implement as quickly as possible and work with you. Thank you, and good luck.
And on your March 4th report, we'd ask that, Ms. Grew, on your March 4th report, we'd ask for you and the CAO to work together to inform departments of what the intent and the emphasis is going to be in that report, and let them know what they could expect so there's no misunderstandings as we go through the end of this year and starting next year.
Thank you. Mr. Yusuf, on item number 7.
Yes, that was the joint mayor.
Oh, did you have any questions on that one, the joint mayor?
We're
This is
gonna
just
have-
on the extraordinary expenditures.
Well, let me do this. Before you get to 7, we have a member of the mayor's staff to come up, and we deal with 7. Good morning.
Morning. Did you want me to go ahead and just,
We know who you are, but for the public, could you tell them who you are, and then give us an overview of the mayor's letter, and I think Ms. Grules will also have some comments, too.
certainly. Good morning, council members. I'm Georgia Matera, Deputy Mayor of Budget and Financial Policy for the Mayor's Office. On the March 1st report, March 1st letter that the mayor released, the city was facing a $54 million shortfall, which is now estimated at about $47 million. The mayor is asking that when you consider the CAO's report that you would go ahead and adopt the recommendations before you so that they would mitigate any sort of need to dip into the reserve fund. He is very concerned that a reserve fund should remain solvent and as closely adhering to the 5% policy as possible. So it's our recommendation that you would go forward with a $200 million reserve fund and going into the next year, which will help us as we go forward and balance the budget for next year.
Okay. All right, Ms. Grew, do you have any other additional comments on 7?
No, I think the letter's self-explanatory. I think our effort is to, again, remind people that we are in a time of crisis in the financial and to look closely at those items that we would not be expending money on going forward.
Okay. Let me just ask, Georgia, on item 7, on the list of issues that is attached to the memorandum to all department heads, who within the mayor's office is going to monitor that these things are actually occurring?
Actually, it's myself along with the budget team. We've been working closely with the city departments. City departments have been actually very good and cooperative in asking on whether or not they can release funds for certain expenditures, and so they are working with us, and then we are approving those on an as-needed basis, but asking them to be as frugal as they possibly can, because obviously the more that they save, the more that we will see back in hopefully a year-end appropriation back to the reserve.
Okay, is the system set up to where they are asking to spend these funds before, or how are you following up or monitoring to ensure that we don't find out after the fact that something...
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying that we find out after the fact.
And we, in addition, I mean, for those items that the mayor's office has to approve before it comes over to the controller, they're looking at those. And then our staff as well are trying to highlight anything that would come through that we would then call the departments back, which we did last year. And this is a letter that we also sent out last year, trying to highlight those.
So there's two levels of reviews. The mayor's got to approve it, and the controller has to be a sign-off before they fund it. Okay?
That's correct.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. So, Ray, on 5, 6, 7, and 8, we just note and file? Okay. We'll note and file as this information, and then we can go to item... Did we have to announce anything in the closed session? Let me just ask also, did we have to announce anything on closed session, or were they all... Okay. The next item.
Next item is item 4, which is the CAO's third financial status report for fiscal year 10-11.
Okay, we have staff come up. While waiting for staff, Mr. Leon on item 4.
I thank you so much again for the opportunity to speak before your honorable body. I do want to reiterate that the Bureau of Street Services is on the brink of not being able to provide the core services that your constituents need. The phone calls you got this morning were probably phone calls from Mother Nature, fallen trees, tree limbs, resurfacing miles that aren't going to get complete, potholes that are not going to get filled. The CAO is going to tell you that only one section possibly of the Bureau can be off of furloughs. We're saying that the Bureau of Street Services has got the surplus money to buy the whole Bureau off of furloughs. Why? Because there are more core services than just resurfacing. Look at street sweeping, for example. You're losing money to the general fund every time a posted route does not get swept. The CAO is going to say that, well, you're not losing because anytime somebody doesn't show up to work because they're on furlough, then they just pull somebody from one of the non-posted routes where you don't generate the revenue. Right now, the Bureau does not even have the existing personnel to fulfill all the posted routes in the city of Los Angeles. They are on the brink of insolvency. We are asking for you to give the Bureau of Street Services what they have wanted, give the Board of Public Works what they endorsed from February, give Bill Robertson what he had initially asked the city to do back in July. Take everyone in the Bureau of Street Services off of furloughs because they have the money. $144 million total budget, gas tax that everyone's paying at full dollar amount every time they pump gas in their car. They're expecting that money to be put to a full work schedule to fix the roads. If you only knew last night the number of phone calls that the urban forestry staff got because of the fallen trees, the tree limbs, the rains, you have the capacity to take the Bureau of Street Services off of furloughs. We understand there is a general fund problem in the city of Los Angeles. We understand there are coalition-wide and citywide discussions that are taking place about the future of Los Angeles. We can still have those discussions, but for today, I'm here for the Bureau of Street Services and for the folks that would love to speak truth to power that cannot because of charter changes in the 90s. I'm here today to voice what your very constituents complain about every time they call your council offices. You have the ability to do something. The CAO's office doesn't need to take those angry constituent phone calls. Your offices do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And as I mentioned earlier, if you go to page 50 and 51, I think it covers the issues you're concerned about. Can we have staff come up at this time?
Good morning.
Good morning. You know, Ray, so that all of us can follow, if you can kind of use your report as a format, and then, and as we go forward, I think everybody will stay in touch with the conversation.
Got it. One of the things that we often get credit for when I'm in New York talking to the bond rating agencies is that your body unlike other jurisdictions, actually looks at the implementation of the budget on a quarterly basis. And as a result, we make adjustments throughout the year to ensure that we do not end the year with a deficit and then having to rely exclusively on the reserve fund as a solution. Up to date, your body has made a number of changes throughout the years to ensure that we continue to be in alignment. If you go to page 2, it sort of summarizes the last time we were here, we had talked about a $54 million deficit. That deficit was as a result of not proceeding forward with a parking garage concession. It also included an assumption that we would go ahead and adopt all 33 million of the various recommendations that we had made in January to prevent us from having to rely exclusively on the parking garage measure. And it also includes changes in various accounts that we saw. Currently, after looking at a number of different accounts, our current deficit is now at 46.8 million. This comes as a result of changes and improvements in implementing the budget in various departments, the solid waste fee lifeline subsidy deficit of 3.6. It also is a change in the revenue deficit and a restoration of the ambulance billing revenue that was came about as a result of the state recognizing our private operator. So the current problem you're seeking to solve is 46.8. We have presented to you a number of solutions that virtually eliminate that deficit. If you recall, several weeks ago, we had recommended 5 additional furlough days as one of the measures to eliminate the deficit that we're facing. And in the last committee that we had, there was a clear concern about adding additional furlough days. And so I instructed my staff to literally go through every single account and identify any one-time funding that we have available to put us in a position where we do not have to recommend additional furlough days. So essentially, before you are a series of recommendations that includes the sweeping of $8 million from capital finances. Basically, this is a result of various capital projects that have been closed and additional funding that is as a result of going below what the targeted budget is. Normally, those dollars would go back to buy down the debt service or go to the reserve. We're including it as a solution. We're also recommending sweeping $3 million of the SPRF surplus and the additional $1 million that was budgeted for the completion of the P3, so that makes a total of $4 million. We recommend $2.9 million of unused unemployment insurance that was budgeted due to the aggressive efforts to try to minimize the number of layoffs in the city. 17.3 of UB Flex benefit, water, electricity, and ERIP savings. $7 million of unanticipated gas tax money that we would use to basically free up general fund subsidies going for gas tax activity, gas tax related activities. As you know, there's been a long discussion about taking the Department of Street Services off of furloughs altogether. At Personnel Committee, my office recommended taking off street services resurfacing work off of furloughs, but allowing the rest of that revenue to go back to help mitigate and eliminate the additional furlough citywide. So the $7 million that's here is a critical piece in ensuring that we don't have additional furloughs throughout the rest of the city.
Let me just ask one thing, Miguel. That item you just commented, is that a response to the comments that were made earlier about taking street services off of furlough and that it's easy to do? You've already in this report identified the funds are going to balance a larger number of employees as relates to furloughs.
That is correct. In order to be able to present you a complete package that results in no additional furloughs throughout the city.
Let me ask you this on that point, that $7 million that you're saying. You're saying if street services, that $7 million would help us from additional furloughs. How many days of furloughs and how many people would be impacted if street services kept that money, took their people off the furlough, and, did their street sweeping and their other issues?
If we use the entire $7 million to eliminate existing furloughs, it would create a situation we would have to recommend at least 5 additional days of furlough citywide.
For how many people citywide, when you say citywide, are you talking about?
For most of the workforce that is currently under furlough, so throughout the city.
All right, and those under furlough now, in some cases, it's what, 26 days?
And so in most of the civilian workforce is experiencing 26 days of furlough today.
So that would throw another 5 days on to 31 days
correct.
for the rest of the workforce. And how many people in street services are on furlough now that if they kept that $7 million wouldn't be on furlough?
The majority of street services today is on furlough, and what we're recommending, that was the recommendation in the Personnel Committee, was that we take off those individuals that actually do streets resurfacing work. There was a recommendation to take the entire department off of furloughs using a portion of the gas tax money for that purpose. We don't recommend that because, again, it would then create a situation where we would have to expand the furlough program citywide.
Okay. Now, Matera will explain it and justify or advocate or whatever he'll do. We'll hear from him when he gets a chance to speak. But saying that, one of the logics that has been thrown at me was, well, if you take them off of furlough, these are the folks who do street cleaning, and the cops follow up and give tickets to those who are still on the street, and that's a revenue-generating situation. So maybe you're not doing a revenue-generating thing by letting the not the LAPD, but the DOT officers ticket. How do you respond to that one?
I think it's a good point, and why ultimately furloughs is not an ongoing solution, because it provides secondary impacts citywide. But because we're at the final stages of this fiscal year, our flexibility is pretty much gone. There is no guarantee of how much new revenue would be generated should we take the entire department off of furloughs. And we also know that there's a small window of time where that could be done. And so what we do know is that we have this problem, and consistent with the policies that your body has adopted, we need to make sure that at the end of this process, we have the minimal hit to the reserve fund, which is already significantly below where it should be to hit the 5% of general fund.
Right. So I'd like just in writing or numbers, if somebody in your staff could find out, when you say 26 days now exist in furlough, how many people are we talking about exactly? And if they were to have another 5 days, what impact that would have? Because if we have to balance and make a decision here, I'd like a little more numbers on that particular thing.
Okay, the final two pieces is a reduction of the appropriation of general fund towards the Department of Rec and Parks. As you know, they currently receive a portion of the property tax, and that will continue to be the case, but this is the additional general fund that has been appropriated. And then the final piece is, in light of the fact that the voters of Los Angeles voted for a new pension tier, we believe it makes the most sense to wait 3 additional months before hiring any new police officers this fiscal year. The discussion around police hiring, I'm sure will take place in the context of the budget. We are not making a recommendation against police hiring starting July 1. We're simply saying that allow these new officers to be considered under the new pension tier that the voters of Los Angeles just took action on. And that would provide...
All right, just saying that we have a class going on right now at the Academy. And do they plan another class between now and July 1? And how many would they put in that? And what impact would that have, frankly, on the new tier versus the existing tier?
I understand there's 2 additional classes that are anticipated to be hired this fiscal year. Comparing an individual who's hired before July 1 and after July 1, it's approximately $170,000 savings per individual within the lifetime of that individual under the new system. And so, it's a, there is a savings. The number here is fairly small. It's $700,000 for this fiscal year. But if the voters gave the city a tool under pension reform, delaying for 3 months to utilize the tool seems to be sort of a prudent thing.
Sure. Yeah, and obviously the question is the 3 months of the difference. How much money are we talking about? Is it a structural thing like we all would assume it is?
It would be a structural thing.
When Jerry Chaliff speaks on this, I'm expecting him to tell us exactly how many people he's talking about or not talking about, so we can get a little more of a quantification of that.
So that in total, and if you look on page 4 of our report, it sort of shows it in a simple pie chart, all the different elements. We literally went through every single account. It's not 100%. We still have to rely on the reserve fund for 4%. We strongly recommend not going anything beyond that. The reserve fund today is at approximately $190 million. Our goal in the second part of our report is to get the reserve fund at $230 million by the end of the next fiscal year, which will get us to the 5%. So in there's a number of specific recommendations and actions that I'll have my staff walk through if you're ready for that. But that basically is the summary of our report.
Okay. You're going to start on what the...
Section 1?
You're going to start with we've covered the reserve fund. Are you going to start with departments? Or?
Okay, to start with the departments?
No, I'm just saying, have we covered reserve fund?
Okay, we
in
can go
your
over
report
what
on page
wasn't
6?
discussed. So just continuing where was left off, for projected revenue, we only have a minor adjustment reported at this time. However, revenue will be updated with the mayor's proposed budget, so we just have a minor alteration of $3.1 million.
On that point, it's important to emphasize that our sales tax receipts and property tax receipts won't come in until in another week or so. And so we are anticipating, while we didn't make a final call on the change in revenue, we are anticipating a decline in the DWT transfer next year. And we are seeing some additional revenue. So we do state in our report that the shortfall for next year, while currently projected at 350 rather, could go as high as 400. But we will know that the final number once the mayor's budget comes out.
So what was mentioned is discussed in our four-year outlook as well. So as we have mentioned, there's 350 reported budget gap, and the risk is basically from the power revenue transfer and the electric users tax. Our reserve fund was reported previously at $179 million. We're now up to $191 million. That consists of $120 in our emergency reserve and $70 million in the contingency reserve. This puts us at 4.4% of the budget. That means we need to add another $28 million to get to the 5% threshold, and that's of critical importance. We see that, with the recent natural disasters, it's really critical to have a reserve for emergencies, for cash flow. We have an update on the city election on page 7, and a lot of these measures will have some impact to the city budget. We mentioned the fire and police pension plan. There will be a new tier, and there will be adjustments that you'll see in the outlook for that. Charter Amendment H restricts campaign contributions, but it also increases the cap to the matching campaign trust fund. For Charter Amendment J, that's more to facilitate the budget process by getting additional information from DWP regarding the revenue transfers, and then sets out guidelines for if they decide to hold up the transfer. For Charter Amendment L, that's the public library funding. That increases funding for the library department from general fund receipts, and that could be a hit of up to $6 million next fiscal year, depending on the proposed budget.
Let me ask you, on H, what do we expect that increase will be for the matching fund issue?
I'm sorry, what was the question? I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
I was just wondering, will give us an approximate of what the increase in matching funds will be an impact?
We're estimating about $3 million.
$3 million per year?
Yes.
In addition to,
No,
it will move from 2 to 3, or does it, or is it?
it'll be capped at 16, so.
The cap is adjusted by the
Right.
CPI.
So it's 3 million one time
Okay.
to take it to the cap, and then keep it there.
So every time the CPI is adjustment, there would be an
Right.
adjustment.
Okay.
For Charter Amendment P, that's the establishment of a contingency reserve fund, and we already have that, so that's funded at 2.75, but this formalizes it in the charter. Additionally, it creates the budget stabilization fund, which we do have about $500,000 in. So what we have to do is, though, send an ordinance forward to formally create that.
Did Measure M fail?
No.
Was M the
Or pass.
gas one?
Because you
The
have
oil?
a vague.
Marijuana.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Measure
oh.
M, I must have skipped that one, I apologize. That did pass. There is expected to be revenue from that, but we don't have revenue projections at this time.
Okay.
We also have an update on the state budget. Now, it's still currently in flux, but just to go over what has been proposed, there is a $26.4 billion budget gap, which their solutions have been identified, which includes $12 million that requires state voter approval. This includes extension of 4 temporary tax increases. Also, there are proposals to realign state and local program responsibilities and alter local economic development. So just going over that, for redevelopment agencies, there's a proposal to dissolve the redevelopment agencies. And
Let me
this
just
would
interrupt you before you go to that. When we were talking about the governor has not been able to put on the ballot yet, or maybe he'll be able to put, if he doesn't put it on the ballot, what kind of a hit will we take? In addition to
they would have to identify additional cuts because they would not have, the ballot measure are extending tax increases.
I understand that, but what kind of monies are we talking about?
Well, I believe, let's see, it's $12 billion for the proposed solutions that require statewide voter approval.
Yeah, so I see that sentence there. About $12 billion of the proposed budget solutions are contingent on statewide voter approval in June of 2012.
Right, so if they don't realize those revenues, it would be new cuts that would have to be identified.
Yeah. Do we have any estimate of what that may be?
No,
So we
I
know
think-
where we should...
Well, I think the schools and counties are probably more vulnerable than we are.
Right.
The state has done a pretty good job already swiping as much city money that they can. The CRA money was one of the few that was left, and gas tax money is obviously every year we have to make sure to keep.
Right.
But the big losers, my guess would be education and social services.
All right, so with redevelopment money, they would be using the funds to pay state obligations and retire development debts, and then there would be a one-time distribution to cities, counties, and special districts. There is an expected challenge for that because Prop 22 prohibits the use of RDA funds for state services. We have the local taxing authority for economic development where it allows for the option of using a local level funding via voter-approved tax. We have the enterprise zone program, which would be eliminated, the program currently provides tax relief in economically depressed areas to spur development, and that includes hiring credits for businesses and funding for the community development department to oversee. And that's about $500,000 that CDD receives annually. There was also a proposal to eliminate several public library agencies. That includes the Public Library Foundation, the California Library Literacy and English Acquisition Services, and the California Library Services Act.
the library receives about $1 to $6 million in funding annually. There was some measure by the conference committee to minimally sustain these programs, so they're not eliminated, but funding is still in jeopardy. And then for the fire department and Medi-Cal payments, the governor proposes to reduce Medi-Cal provider payments by 10%. This could impact reimbursements for ambulance transports to a tune of $1 million. So then beyond that, we go into department discussion. Okay. So we can skip the recommendations on page 11 because those are covered in department discussion. And the discussion itself starts on page 21, but just for summary, as we previously reported, we had a deficit when we came with the revenue revision report of $54.5 million. This is decreased by about $7.7 million. This is prior to any actions that are in our report. And if you do approve all the actions that are recommended, we would end up with a citywide deficit of $4.1 million. Those would be solutions we'd have to identify before the close of the year. Okay.
Okay, we go to 22, 21.
All right, so starting on page 21, just a summary. We had reported department deficits of $33.89 million in our second FSR. That's reduced to $32 million, and that's based on some additional savings measures exclusive of the operational plan and the alternative plan solutions. We're currently foresee deficits, critical deficits that will need to be adjusted with future appropriations for city attorney, the police department, and fire department. But I'd like to note that a lot of these deficits have been addressed with revenue solutions. And so whereas the departments are reporting deficits, that's in their expense accounts, their salary costs, but we may be making recommendations for appropriations based on future revenue expectations. So on page 22, the summary of where we stand, you can see with city attorney, fire department, and police department, we have in bold their deficits that are currently outstanding. City attorney has reduced some of their deficit with additional funding. Fire departments realized some additional savings through their MCP. Police department has experienced a slight increase due to the reduced EAA furlough transfer and less than expected attrition. In this report, we are recommending $11.4 million appropriation to police department to address some other deficits to carry them through the next FSR. There are other departments that are showing minor deficits, but we hope to have them addressed, hopefully internally within their department before the next FSR. We do have two potential deficit issues that are not reflected in these figures. These include a department salary settlement for the fire department for a lawsuit, and then an additional cost due to the change of fuel prices that we're currently experiencing. So if either of those are realized, that would increase the current departmental deficit. So I can go through the individual departments now.
We go to departments, and if there are no financial impacts, we can go quite quickly unless one of the committee members has a question.
Okay. All right. So I'll just recommend, I'll just call out when we have transfers, but I won't go into great detail. So for aging, we have a transfer to the UB Reserve for Economic Uncertainty per the alternative plan. For animal services, they do have some revenue shortfalls, and we have transfers, internal transfers to address their salaries general deficit. We have money coming from the Animal Spay and Neuter Trust Fund to administer the program, and we have a transfer of $404,000 to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty per the alternative plan.
Okay, and I would just like to ask Monique on that animal services. There's something in Budget and Finance Committee dealing with the omnibus dog license ordinance. We need to move that because that's a revenue generator, and so we can make sure that we don't slow that down. So in their second paragraph under animal services.
Building and safety is expected to complete the year within budget. Their permit enterprise fund is exceeding revenue. Their general fund receipts are expected to be met with the exception of its non-compliance fee, which we have reported earlier. And then there's an additional $1 million in jeopardy from the code violation and inspection fee. We have transfers of $450,000 from their enterprise fund to their overtime account to provide services to fee-paying customers. We have a $400,000 transfer from the salaries general account to the reserve for economic uncertainty per the alternative plan, and we have a $243,000 transfer from their repair and demolition fund to the salaries general account per the alternative plan as well.
Just give us a brief on what was the issue of the $5 million that they felt that they could not hit that target?
I think it was an issue of enforcement.
Is that because of shortage of personnel, or do we know why?
Let me get my.
We have someone from Building and Safety.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah. That was the issue with the foreclosed properties? Oh.
Was that a projection that we made on revenue and it didn't come to pass? Okay.
Just for clarification, that revenue was in question, which is why we had put funding in the service mitigation account, that there weren't appropriations to departments based on that revenue. It was held off because we were not sure whether that revenue would be realized.
Good morning, council members. Dave Lar with the Department of Building and Safety. What we're currently doing is working off of the current existing staff that Building and Safety has for code enforcement. As was mentioned earlier, we do have the newer code violation inspection fee, which has been approved by you and also effective as of February the 2nd. We do believe that we'll be gaining some additional fees there to help pay for code enforcement. However, having said that, the amount of the $5 million is yet to be realized, primarily because there are many of the foreclosed homes are, since so many are in flux, and just a few of those are in fact have violations. The majority of them are out there, but they're not necessarily in violation at this time. So collecting any kind of fees from those types of buildings are problematic.
Okay. So, so everybody's clear, this was a estimated revenue source that did not basically did not realize the amount.
That is correct. And
Okay.
just to elaborate, that had been previously reported as early as the first FSR, that there were ways for property owners to demonstrate that they were trying to comply with the requirements.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, for the CAO, it's estimated that we'll complete the year within budget. We have a $200,000 transfer to the contractual services account for actual aerial studies for employee relations contract, and that includes $3,000 for LACERS to obtain outside tax counsel related to pension reform initiatives. We have a $302,000 transfer from the insurance bond and bond special fund to the reserve for economic uncertainty. And we have an appropriation of $54,000 in our funding for grant and management, database contract, and staff supervision. For city attorney, we have a deficit that was previously reported at $10.8 million. That's reduced to $9.4 million with recommendations in this report, and that includes a transfer of surplus grant funds, transfers from the UB to cover reduced furlough savings, and a new appropriation to cover bar dues expenses that was recommended in the last report. The current deficit is now 8.1, with the deficit being in the salaries general and the proprietary salaries account. However, this is one of the departments that has several revenue solutions recommended in that. If those are all realized and approved, that would reduce their shortfall to about $2.7 million. And of that, what would be coming back to you is the consumer protection funding that requires a report back for approval, and then there is an issue with whether they'll be able to realize the attrition.
Now, what would be some of the revenue sources that would reduce then from 8.1 to 2.7?
Well, okay, we have the 4.3 million from the Consumer Protection Litigation Fund, and then there's some money from the ACE program. There is attrition of 1 million that they need to realize. And let's see, I have it on here.
Okay. Let me just say something, because we've gone through this on the last budget. On the 4.2, if I understand it, that deals with the consumer protection, it's my understanding that those are funds that basically pay back the city for funding that unit?
Right. That is correct.
Okay, so it would be difficult to use that as closing the gap between 8.1 and 2.7 if this is money paying back the original investment by the general fund, and so...
Well, one of the issues of concern is that that funding is contingent on being spent on city attorney expenses, so that would be an appropriate use of funds. However, if it's not approved, that would be, they would require additional fund, they would still require an appropriation for that. It's just more tying the appropriation to revenue sources.
Yeah, but I think the issue we want to make clear, so we don't have to go through this each budget, is that if we front load their budget for consumer protection, if they get these awards, they reimburse the city's general fund for that front loading. And so we can't use it to close a budget gap.
I think that's where our report will be coming is to see what the standard, what has been historical in terms of recovering.
Okay. So I just want to, we've gone over it, I just want to clarify that we're all on the same point, and that when we go forward, and certainly the law does give the city attorney the ability to direct those funds, but I think the CAO, the mayor, and the council is front-loading the money on the expectation that they're going to do these investigations, and we don't go back to them and ask for the money back if they don't get any settlements either. So when they do get settlements, it's basically replenishing the general fund's investment as part of the budget. So I just want to make sure.
Yeah. Ida Rubio with the CAO. I'd also like to add that we have received all the information from the city attorney in order to finalize the report. And we do plan on addressing your concerns in the report and how the potential revenues would help the general fund next year going forward.
Okay. I mean, not only next year, there's closing out this year.
And closing out this year too, yes.
Yeah, because what I don't want to happen, and people not be clear on it, is that if what Mrs. Gruhl says is that if you run out of money and the city's not going to move forward to replace it, you shouldn't be relying on a retroactive payment for a front loading of a unit and believe you have $4 million that doesn't exist. And so we just want to make sure that there's no misinterpretation, because, and one of the things I'd hope the CAO's report would reflect that it's, again, so there's not misleading, the shortfall for this department is not 2.7 if they're relying on the 4.2 that's already a part of their budget. And so that's something we don't want them to leave with the understanding that there's $4 million that's been basically moved in to reduce their deficit, when in fact it is merely paying the general fund back. So that's something we need to clarify in paragraph 1 of page 26. Yeah.
Yeah, a couple of things. One, the ACE program is reflected as part of the savings.
It's a small amount, and whether or not that's realized is another thing, but it's about $25,000.
Okay.
So, and just to clarify, the identified solutions do not cover the 8.1. It covers 8.1 less 2.7. So there's about 5.4 million in pending solutions.
Yeah.
Well, that program has been held up in one way or another for quite a while. Does this mean it actually is going to come forward and get started? What's the status of that?
The status of that, we did release a report with our recommendations for that. It was released on March 7th, so that should be coming to this committee soon. And the $25,000 in revenue is associated with the reimbursement that the city attorney would receive for administering the hearings.
Right.
Now, that doesn't include a potential revenue that animal services might receive.
I think I only glanced at that report, but I think it seems to be designed to minimize the possible savings, minimize the program, and almost guarantee that it's a failure. So I would hope that we actually go in a completely different direction. The city attorney believes there could be very substantial savings from that program, and at a time when we're looking for opportunities for substantial savings, I would hope that we take that program on rather than as a very tiny pilot that's more likely to fail as a major project with a decent amount of funding in the city attorney's department that we think could bring in a substantially larger amount of revenue. I'm glad to hear that it's at least anticipated it's starting. I would hope when we actually look at it, we make it a substantially more consequential program.
Yeah. On that note, I'd like to ask Mr. Carter to come on up and help us through some of this.
Good morning.
Good morning. Could you take us through it as you see it? What's before us?
Which part? I'm sorry.
Any part. Go for it.
ACE?
Your report. Let's start with that.
Oh, yes. With me, good morning, Honorable Chair and honorable members of the committee. William Carter, Chief Deputy, City Attorney's Office. With me is William Madigan, our Administrative Chief. I've submitted today a document dated March 21st, our response to the Third Fsr. Again, like last year, we think the FSR is inaccurate. It overstates our deficit, not only our current deficit, but where we think the deficit will be at the year end. We had a number of meetings that had been scheduled with the CAO and the mayor's office. They were never held because they were canceled. We never had an opportunity to provide all the information. So we're somewhat at a disadvantage because we're playing catch-up, just like last year. Again, I think the CAO's report is biased against the city attorney's office in that it overstates deficits and does not give us credit where we are making outstanding and extraordinary accomplishments to meet our budget shortfalls. We got in this situation because we think we got an arbitrary and disproportionate cut last year. As we point out, compared to the other public safety departments in the city, where the LAPD got 1%, LA Fire got a 2% cut, we got a 10% cut. We got hit harder than any other public safety department. That's how I think we got into a hole this year. Having said that, we've done an extraordinary job trying to catch up. You can see on our attachment 2, you can see where the city attorney's office is making great efforts on collections, subrogation, reduction of outside counsel, consumer environmental enforcement penalties, transfer to special fund positions, furloughs, attrition. We even added the $1 million that we worked with AEG to donate to the general fund. The city attorney should get some credit for that, since it was the city attorney's office working with Councilman Zine that negotiated that donation. We don't get credit for those things. We should. Now, in terms of going forward, we don't think we have an $8.1 million deficit right now. We think we're in about the $3.5 million range. We're currently going to work that down. The question I hear before this committee is whether or not the city attorney's office is going to get credit for those 17,200 penalties. We should, and we will. The reason is because it's state statute. We can't do anything about it. The council can't do anything about it. It's set forth in state law. And under Proposition 64, you cannot supplant our budget for that. The question is, we are making that money now, and we hope not to have to take a draw from the general fund. We're trying to front load that funding. But I don't think we should have to every time justify whether or not we get credit for the 17,200 penalties. With respect to ACE, we won't be able to get any credit for ACE.
Let me just comment, because I think we've gone through this about 3 times, is that if the city front loads those consumer protection units, and they do that, the expectation is when you get these awards that you reimburse the city's general fund. Now, if you're proposing that we not fund them and that you will fund them when the money comes in, then that's something that you should put in your budget. But to go through this each and every year of saying what the statute, we understand what the statute says, but we don't ever come to the city attorney's office to ask you when you lose a case or you don't get a consumer protection award. What we're saying is when you get them, they reimburse the city's general fund for funding these units, irrespective of your success or failure in court. And so that's one issue. The other issue, we clearly know that you took a substantial budget cut and much more than other public safety, but it doesn't relieve you and your department from staying within budget once the budget has been approved. And so we can argue whether it was too much, we can argue whether it was biased, we can argue a number of things. The number is the number, and that's what we have to go by, whether you believe it shouldn't have been 10%, it shouldn't have been 8%, it was 10, and the number was set. And so we'd hope that we can zero in on how you're going to reduce those deficits as opposed to the entire discussion about what you think the budget should have been. And so those are two things that would be much more, I think, better use of our time in the sense of looking at the budget as it was presented and approved, and secondly, that the funds from consumer protection awards is a reimbursement to the city as opposed to a new source of funds that you can use as you see fit. So those are two things I think would be helpful. We've gone over it, I think, at least 3 budget years.
Well, Mr. Chair? I think it actually seems like an open legal question. I don't know how we decide it, because it's the city attorney's interpretation of this legal question. And I don't know that everyone on the council has the same point of view of it. So obviously, if you were an outside entity, you would probably sue us to get your adequate funding. Obviously, you're not going to do that. But how do we clarify that once and for all, whether indeed we're able to budget a certain amount and any money, whether it comes below or above that, does not come back to the city attorney's office, or whether your reading is correct that we can budget what we want, but what comes in actually has to legally apply according to state law. How do we decide that one way or another, because we have differing legal opinions?
We are prepared to have that conversation. There's two things. One, there's 17200, which is Business Profession Code Section 17206C, which says all those penalties shall be used for the exclusive use of the city attorney.
Correct.
Exclusive. That's state statute. California Attorney General and every district attorney's office in the state understands that. With Prop 64 says you can't supplant our budget by taking money away from us because we're going to get penalties. The question is going to be, what is an appropriate budget for the city attorney's office? City attorney office met every goal last year. We balanced our budget. Actually had a $200,000 surplus. We were rewarded with a 10% cut. We got into a deeper hole we're trying to get out of. One of the holes, how we're trying to do it is through attrition, transfers of special funds, and the penalties. We shouldn't be supplanted by those penalties that we make. Now, I'm willing to have that conversation with the members of this committee, including Councilmember Parks, about wins and losses. If Councilmember Parks thinks that if they want to take money away from us when we lose, I'm willing to take that bet because we don't lose on the net. We are currently $70 million ahead. We have won 38 out of 41 cases and prevented $70 million from being paid out of the general fund. Our attorneys have done that. If the council wants to give us credit for that, I'll take it, because we won't lose any money. We will gain money. If that's the conversation this committee wants to have, I'll have it. But we're not having that conversation. We're fighting over these penalties, which are about $4 to $5 million. Let's have a conversation about how much we save. You know, we're a public safety department. LAPD doesn't have to get up here and justify how much they make and how much they save. When we get cut, we lose prosecutors. When we lose prosecutors, we can't prosecute crimes. The other value is we save money for the general fund that would normally be paid out, and we couldn't fund fire and police. If you want to have that conversation, I'll take $70 million worth of credit against the account. But until we have that conversation, I think we should be clear that the city attorney's office should get credit for those penalties we bring in, those piddly amount of penalties. But we're doing it.
Well, the problem is not everyone agrees with you on the legal interpretation. So my question is, how do we decide who's right so we don't have to have
we
this
will provide that information
conversation in the future?
We will do that. We will provide the legal basis for that, beyond the statute.
And the other question is, what do you think on the ACE program? My understanding is that your office thinks that there's a substantial amount of money to be saved. And I don't know if you're willing to have some of the cost of that funded by your budget, offset by the money that would be saved, and basically be able to put the department's money where its mouth is, but also allow the program to actually be started in a more substantial way.
Well, as Councilmember Kretz knows, this was his motion. The city attorney's office fully supports the ACE program. We think it's a fantastic program. I think all the departments in the city support it. It will be a self-funding, real-time enforcement mechanism. Currently, the city attorney's office reviews about 100,000 criminal cases a year. About 20,000 of those we could direct into ACE. Those are drinking in public, loud noises, fences that are too tall, other kinds of quality of life, low grade. They could be written as citations. They don't have to go to a court. They don't clog the court. We can put more uniforms on the street doing real crime. And the benefit is the penalties don't go to the state, they go to the city. And those departments can take portions of that for administrative fees. The remainder of the penalties will go into the general fund. We figure we could fund $3 to $5 million a year easily on ACE. Problem is, ACE has been held up with a report from the CAO. I read the report from the CAO. I was very disappointed in that. They suggested just a pilot project for animal services at a time when animal services is being gutted. They're not going to have people on the street. So what we've done is we suggested that if you want to have a pilot project, have a pilot project for certain types of violations across the board of all departments. That way you can get started. We have the infrastructure in our office to do it. Other cities are doing it. Santa Monica just did it. We're way behind. The city of LA is way behind on administrative code enforcement. We think it's a fantastic way to focus our officers on real crime where we can do citations on less low-grade crimes. And we're here to support that.
Do you have any doubt that if we implemented this fully rather than as a tiny pilot project that the city would gain efficiency and gain a substantial amount of funding?
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, it makes perfect sense to write a citation for a low-grade infraction rather than have a police officer or a code enforcement officer having to write a report, submit it to the city attorney's office. We file it and go to court and get a $100 fine, which goes to the state. That makes no sense. ACE program makes sense.
Thank you.
Well, just on that, I mean, we got to be careful. We got to go a little slower on this and really get better understanding. For instance, you mentioned 5 or 6 or 7 different issues that are of concern. Some of them are unresolvable at the moment in different situations in the community. The last thing I need is people fighting among themselves over some of these issues that have been there for a long time. So I'm just hopeful that we look at each and every one of the strategies to see if it fits within our different communities and their positioning. It isn't as simple as that. If I could single one out, the oversized fence issue. I spend more time people screaming at each other, and on a given block there might be 6 oversized fences and one that people don't like and one others do. I mean, I don't want to create more contention in different situations where, in fact, there are real issues. Be it the granny units, we have 75,000 at least of these units, and I've been saying since day one we need to bring them up to water and safety codes, but a different strategy than nailing and throwing out 75,000 households that exist. So in other words, I think we need to look specifically at what we're talking about before we go forward with it, though I like the concept of enforcing the law.
I think the idea we had was if it's not across the board, all departments, for all things, it could be across the boards for all departments in a pilot project with certain types of violations that the council could approve.
Right.
Things that, drinking in public,
Right.
loud noise, loud parties, things that normally would have to go through a criminal court file case. That doesn't make sense. If you could write a citation and have a compliance schedule, I think that works. And the council will have to look at that list of potential violations.
Great. I look forward to the list, because that would be the real discussion.
Yep. Let me ask the CAO, what's the status of that ACE report, or when will we see it?
We released the ACE report on March 7th, so it's pending to be heard by your committee.
Just pending, is in our committee now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Let me just go over one thing, and I think just for the public's awareness too, is that, Ms. Carter, if I understand your statement about saving the city money, if I clearly understand it, is that when you relate that a person sues us for multi-million dollars and we should win the case at much less, that you're saving the city those millions of dollars. Those are not real dollars. We can't spend those. But what we do spend is tens of millions of dollars in litigation accounts for under $100,000 and over $100,000 litigation. That's real money. And so what I'm saying to you is that the issues that we're dealing with is the budget for the city attorney's office, and you can get with Ray and Mr. Santana and have them reconcile your report with their report. And again, what those numbers come out to be, if it's 8 million.1 or 7 million.9, those are the dollars that will be viewed as being a shortfall. If you heard any of the conversation from Ms. Gruhl, the intention as we move forward is that if funds are not allocated in a department, they will not automatically go to the reserve fund and fill those gaps. So it's going to be incumbent on your department to resolve those between now and June 30th, because it will take a proactive action of the council to address those issues. And again, I just want to reiterate that although I think we clearly, having worked with this over the years, we clearly understand the state law on consumer protection, and we believe you do have the right to make those decisions. But the council, in understanding that it's an ebb and flow of funding that comes in, funds your consumer protection resources up front. And that's whether you get a settlement or not. And so these are things that I think it's important that we not have to go through this each and every budget year, but that the council has always considered those funds as a reimbursement for prior front loading of your budget. And also that it's important to realize that the budget is the budget, whatever it may be. We may disagree with it, but once the councils approve it, then every department is expected to stay within those boundaries. And so we'd hope that once you meet with the CAO on your March 21st report, we can reconcile by the time this comes to council and find out what the true figures are. You may not agree with them, but clearly it's been the habit of this committee and the council to lean on the CAO and CLA numbers as relates to what we consider as our budgetary shortfalls or our budgetary dollars. And so I'd hope you can reconcile that, but I'd hope we not have to go through that issue of consumer protection in the future, because it's been a pretty long historical effort on the city and how they've addressed those funds.
Well, Councilman, City Attorneys believes we were cut disproportionately harsh last year in comparison to other city public safety departments, and hopefully we'll be treated the same as other public safety departments this year.
When we see the budget, we'll all know. And you'll certainly have the ability to come when we go through those hearings, but there are no guarantees that the budget cuts are going to be identical. And certainly with the budget crunch that we're in, I think there's going to be pain for everyone.
We're talking about this fiscal year too. If it applies to us, it applies to all. And we are hoping that this council and this committee will understand that when this office gets cut, you lose prosecutors and you lose the ability to defend this city in all of those civil cases. Currently, there's $2 billion in liability facing this city, and for every 100,000 we're cut, that's a body. Who's going to staff the courtrooms? I don't know.
But we understand that, but again, once the budget is set, our expectation is you live within it.
And I hope that applies to all departments.
Well, that's exactly why we're here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other comments on city attorney? And let me ask, Ray, before this item comes to the council, that you can reconcile the city attorney's report. Okay, next department.
Okay. The next department is city clerk, and we project that they'll come with a year-end surplus of $14,000. Previously, the clerk's office reported that the voter information pamphlet and sample ballot might have an impact on the budget due to the size of the ballot. Currently, we don't have revised figures. They're waiting for the 30 days for certification of the results. If there are city runoffs, there will be additional printing costs. That's if there's city runoffs for special districts like the school district or the community college district would be reimbursed.
If I may just, since I got some recent information from the city clerk, certainly they are reconciling all their invoices and bills and trying to get a sense of what's going to happen in the next couple of months. But at this point, they do think they may have a small deficit, perhaps in the 400,000 range, but they're going to continue to go through the numbers and see where we are the next couple of weeks.
Any questions?
Then there's a transfer of $11,000 from the printing and binding account to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty per the ALT plan. For Community Development Department, they expect to complete the year within budgeted funding. They are authorized.
The only comment I want to make about the clerk office, sorry about that,
No problem.
is I know I've asked since I've been on the council if we could somehow consolidate our elections with other elections. The turnout was dismal. We spent a ton of money. And there weren't too many people who voted. I don't know if our new city clerk has looked into that issue, but the more we would get on a better calendar than this odd period that we do. I mean, it's a disgrace to see that we had 7 council seats that were incumbents and very little people voted, and there was one that was an open seat that there was activity in it. But the question is, people, like in my district right now, we have another special election coming up. We had another special election. We have like 4 or 5 elections in a 5-6 month period. And it's very confusing for the voters. The media does not give it the kind of play that a lot of people would have to hear enough about to realize there's an election. So the turnouts, in fact, in my district, which has one of the highest turnouts in the city, it always says we get 50, 60,000 people to vote, versus 15 or 20,000 in some of the other places. And part of it is getting the information out, but part of it is the timing of when we do elections around here. And I'm just curious if there's any opportunities to consolidate our elections with obviously the even years where the turnouts are dramatic. And the answers I used to hear in the past, well, the ballot's too long. I don't like that answer. I'd like a better answer, because the more the turnout and the more the costs are shared that way, the more effective it is. It's an embarrassment, frankly, to spend this kind of money and nobody's voting.
Holly Walcott, Office of the City Clerk, as previously reported, until the county gets a new election system, their system cannot handle incorporating our races. So we are still several years out, and every time you ask, we're going to give you the same answer: the ballot's too long.
Yeah, when they say several years out, when are they going to get it together so that we can get on some more of an organized
We're currently in the
track?
process of developing a new ballot system, but as you know, developing a new system from scratch takes time.
There is a 6 months away, 10 years away, 3 years ago. Is there anything we can do at our level to see?
There's no way I'm going to speculate. We are in the process right now, working with the county. The task force meets for the first time this month. They have been doing a needs assessment over the last year, but the task force to start developing starts now. But there is also security and certification concerns. I wouldn't anticipate anything till at least 3 or 4 years out.
Okay, thank you.
And give us an idea on what the costs were being projected at.
The cost for a new system?
The new system
We're guessing it's going to be about $40 million.
for the city.
No, for a new system. If the city
And the county.
either shares in that costs, it should be less, or if the council at some time would like us to consolidate onto to the county's elections, then that could be a different cost scenario altogether. But we anticipate overtime sharing in those costs.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you.
All right, so back to community development. As we previously reported, their revenue reimbursements are projected to be decreased due to the adjustment in the cap rate, and they have provided a report back per request, and our office will be providing a separate report on this issue. And there's two recommendations to transfer $166,000 from block grant money to the operating budget for direct and indirect costs, and then there's $134,000 from community services block grant money to pay for prior year costs for recreation and parks.
And we'd also ask, I think it's a 60-day report coming back on Con Plan 37 to make sure that there is no general fund impact on the proposals that just came forward, I believe, on Friday.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, for the controller, the department will complete the year within budget. We had identified a deficit of $433,000 in the previous report, and the department has agreed to absorb this by modifying its hiring plan through year end. And if they maintain current staffing, there may be additional savings realized. There are no recommendations. For Convention Center, they are reporting a projected surplus in the Revenue Trust Fund account, and they attribute this revenue due to increased level of bookings and a high rate of collection of invoices. Of this money, we're recommending $967,000 appropriation to various accounts to pay for services requested by their clients, and a transfer of $400,000 from the trust fund to the general fund for the reimbursement of related costs. Now, previously, as part of the alt plan, $100,000 was approved, so this is an increase.
Let me ask on convention, do we have any status on the flexible parking or on the issue of electrician hiring?
Do you know? I don't know if the department's here that could respond to that.
Good morning, Philip Hill, Assistant General Manager, Convention Center. Good morning.
Good morning. I just wanted to get a status. A while back, we had discussion about giving you some flexibility on adjusting parking rates and whether that's been implemented. And then secondly, the issue of hiring electricians for your different programs, whether that's been adjusted to hire folks from the hiring hall at straight time versus the overtime program that you're on now.
Thank you. Regarding the first question regarding the flexible demand-based pricing, the pricing you already put in place has been fabulous. It has helped us bring huge amounts back to the center. Regarding to the parking program, I believe that's currently in ordinance stage with the Office of the City Attorney.
Okay.
And we're ready to implement at earliest possible convenience. It is a definite moneymaker for the convention center.
And then the other issue about the hiring.
Deanna Mangiolo, Office of the CAO. We're looking to add the hiring hall authority to the department's budget as part of the mayor's 11-12 proposed budget.
Okay, very good. Thank you. Let me ask you, did you get any sense of when that ordinance for parking might be forthcoming from the city attorney?
We do not. We have requested that forthwith.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, for council, there is a request to allow the CLA to transfer $788,000 from various funds and accounts, including council discretionary funds, to comply with alternative plan savings reductions. And then there's also a request to transfer $2.8 million from the budget balancing bridge to the salaries as needed and office and administrative expense account. And on that note, I need to make a correction to attachment 10 to reflect the correct account. For cultural affairs, there is a deficit projected of $272,000 for the salaries as needed account, but this will be eliminated with recommendations in this report. This includes, and also we have a previous recommendation from community development block grant funds of $142, and a recommendation from CIEP, capital improvement expenditure program funds of $130,000. And this deficit is attributed to the continued operation by Cultural Affairs of the Art Center and theaters, which were to be partnered out. So per the alt plan, we're recommending unencumbering $24,000 to go to their salaries general account to address the deficit, transferring $117,000 from the Arts and Cultural Facilities Trust Fund to their account. This is above what the operational plan had identified. We have a transfer of $76,000 from the trust fund to the salaries general account, and $130,000, as I mentioned before, from the capital improvement expenditure program, $36,000 from the unappropriated balance to address the shortfall for EAA furlough savings per the OP plan, and $178,000 from the ERIP special fund money for the ERIP payouts.
Do we have any sense of where they are on the RFPs regarding those cultural or art centers? Because that seems to be what's driving the deficit.
They should go out the next 30 days.
There was a $15,000 was being swept for the Museum of the San Fernando Valley. It was a project that was being done, I think, in my area. And I wonder why you were sweeping that money, because they're in the middle of the project. Is it because they hadn't built us yet, or?
I'll need to ask my staff to come up.
Good morning, Councilmember Sullivan for the Department of Cultural Affairs. We could go back and investigate this, but my understanding is that a request from the council office had come back to our office indicating that the funds won't be needed for that particular project, and then another funding source had been identified. So we're recommending to unencumber the funds because we've been alerted that the funding won't be necessary out of the council civic funds. As to the specific reason behind that, we could go back and investigate and report back to you.
Okay, would you talk to John Lee in my office, because that's not my understanding. So before this comes to council, I'd like to have that clear.
Let me just ask one other thing. What's the status on the issue we had in committee a while back that art centers were requesting the access to civic funds and in order to keep them going, till June 30th? Has that been resolved?
That has been resolved to a certain degree. The recommendations there before you in this FSR, the $130,000 appropriation from CIEP funds and the proposed appropriation out of the CDBG monies negate the need to tap into the council civic funds. I believe that those recommendations are pending consideration by the council tomorrow and on its agenda. And at this point, the recommendation from both our offices, the CAO and ours, would be that simply be a receive and file at this point.
Okay, so they would be safe till June 30th?
We should be safe till June 30th. The only caveat and the only caution that our department has at this point is the availability of the CDBG funds. As we know that those monies are tied through a congressional bill, which currently with the state of the federal budget, we don't know at this point what the level of cuts will be and how those cuts will be passed down to the city of Los Angeles, and then what the net result of the cuts will be toward the department. Our department is monitoring that situation very closely, and so we have developed some contingency plans in the event that we can't tap into those funds before the end of the fiscal year. And what we will be doing is adjusting our programming accordingly to ensure that we don't end with a deficit in the as-needed salaries.
Council civic funds that we were talking about before, have you been sweeping anybody's council civic funds?
No.
Including CD11?
Correct.
Thank you.
All the funds have remained intact.
Okay, appreciate that.
For disability, we're projecting a $35,000 deficit. There's no recommendation at this time. For El Pueblo, we have a $51,000 deficit, which will be eliminated with the recommendation to transfer money from the unallocated budget in the El Pueblo Trust Fund. And then we also have a direction to reimburse $213,000 of related costs to the general fund. For emergency management, we had previously reported a deficit of $1.1 million. That was eliminated. Now the projected deficit is $608,000, which will also be eliminated with the alternative plan solutions. Currently, Emergency Management estimates it can bill for about $604,000 of the anticipated Homeland Security grant money, and they do expect to get the full $865,000 that is projected. We're recommending transferring $58,000 from the ERIP account to address a shortfall, and then there's an $83,000 in Emergency Operations Funds to their Salaries General account. Employee Relations Board, they will complete the year within budget. Ethics Commission, a deficit of $193,000 was previously reported. That will be eliminated with approved actions per the alternative plan. There is, this includes use of the special prosecutor balance to address their Salaries General shortfall for $140,000, to transfer out to the UB Reserve for economic uncertainty that was approved per the ALT plan to the tune of $45,000. And this leaves about $65,000 for the purchase of an automated statement of economic interest filing systems. There's also a recommendation to transfer $33,000 from the Public Campaign Matching Trust Fund, which currently exceeds the cap, and that will go to the UB Reserve. Finance had a deficit of $967,000 projected. It's now been reduced to $526,000 due to current vacancies within the department, and that will be eliminated with recommendations in this report. This includes transferring $258,000 from various accounts to the department's Salaries General account per the ALT plan, and a transfer of $267,000 from the UB to eliminate the EAA reduced furlough savings deficit. And then we have an appropriation of $50,000 to the department's contractual services budget balancing bridge for the review and analysis of proposed changes to the city's business tax as recommended by the Business Tax Advisory Committee. Fire Department, that's the second of our public safety departments that we project a significant deficit that will require an appropriation. Right now that deficit is $8.6 million, which was reduced from the $12.2 million that was reported in the second FSR, and that was mainly due to the enhanced modified coverage plan that was implemented. The revenue that the department projects is on target to meet despite some delays that are reported for their fee increases. We have a recommendation to reappropriate $125,000 for the purchase of furniture for the Emergency Operations Center. Transfer of $150,000 in fiscal year 09 MICLA money to ITA to pay for the installation of communications equipment in emergency vehicles. A transfer of $6.3 from the salary sworn account to their constant staffing overtime account to cover a deficit. A transfer of $1 million from the variable staffed overtime account to cover their sworn overtime account deficit. A transfer of $650 from the same account to field equipment expense account to cover a deficit, and a transfer of $300,000 from the variable staffed overtime account to the rescue supplies account. Then we also have a recommendation of a transfer of $1.25 million from the UB that was set aside for the Professional Standards Division to partially address the citywide deficit.
Okay. Let me just ask if somebody's here from the fire department. Now, the issue, if I understand, on the Professional Standards Division, that they did not need the money during this fiscal year, but that they are adequately funded for next fiscal year.
I believe there is some money that they'll be using from that appropriation.
Okay.
Yes, there is a portion that they're going to be using this year in order to get off the ground, so to speak, and there is the expectation that that group would be funded as needed next year in the mayor's proposed budget.
Okay. Let me just ask the fire department on the item that deals with what is viewed as about an $8.6 million deficit. Is there any plans? We realize you've gone from modified staffing to enhanced modified staffing to bring that $20 million down to 8.6. But is there any other plans between now and June 30th to address the 8.6? And we certainly appreciate your being on target for your fees and your revenue.
Sure. Initially, Salvador Martinez Fire Department. We are still working hard to augment some additional revenues from other sources, Measure B and our UASI grants to help reduce that deficit. We're working with the CAO. and carefully monitoring that deficit. We're also making every effort to monitor closely and seeing how our expenditures are trending. Although it's trending downward, we don't believe it'll be significant to reduce deficit by the end of the year, but we're working as best we can to pull in other funds to make that deficit smaller. We do believe by the end of the fiscal year, though, we'll still be carrying a deficit that needs to be addressed by some transfer into our salary accounts, sir.
Okay, so you're working with the CAO on addressing, now the revenue, is that going to be the main source of addressing the deficit, or?
It's a combination of just our revenues and also just monitoring our trends, which our expenditures are trending downward a bit. We're carefully monitoring it, but not to the extent that would cover the entire amount of that $8 million deficit.
Ray, let me ask from the CAO's perspective, or in the sense, is there other issues that we should be aware of as it relates to this $8.6 million deficit?
I'm sorry, your question again?
No, I just wondered if there's any additional information we need to be made aware of in assisting them to reduce this $8.6 million deficit.
At this point, I think the department has stated they've been working to do whatever they can in order to bring down the remaining 8.6. If you recall, in the last report, we were saying it's roughly about $10 million. So the department has actually brought that down by a couple of $1 million, which is certainly a step in the right direction. We'll continue to work with them, go through their accounts, see whatever revenue opportunities they have, and make sure we can maximize those in order to further bring down the $8 million by the year end. I think the only other thing that is outstanding, and we've been reporting it, and that is the time of that FSLA lawsuit that we're going to have to deal with.
Do we have any idea what the dollars, potential dollars are on that?
If I recall right, it was at a minimum of 4 and at a high of 12, and I think what I've heard lately is it's going to probably be on the higher end.
Well, okay. Thank you very much.
All right, in the second FSR, GSD reported a $10.4 million salaries general deficit. This was addressed by the operational plan. There has been some modification per the alternative plan. There are new solutions. There's currently a minor shortfall, which we hope to absorb before the end of the year. Recommendations include appropriating $835,000 from the department's revenue accounts for overtime and laboratory expenses for LAWA, for work that they're doing on the runways. We have a transfer of $1.7 million from the department's contractual services, natural gas, and operating and travel accounts, and $48,000 from the Salvage Trust Fund, and $142,000 from Parking Authority Revenue Bond Servicing Fund to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty per the alternative plan. We have a transfer of $350,000 from various accounts to offset the salaries general account per the alt plan. We have $117,000 transfer from office administrative and operating expense accounts to the salaries general account again. $140,000 transfer from the parts account to contractual services to pay for hazardous materials in compliance with Controller's Office guidelines. We have a transfer of $500,000 from the convention center to the department's salaries as needed account. We're going to go forward with this to council. This may be pulled by the time we get to full council on this one. We have an appropriation of $2 million from the UB to the department to offset a projected petroleum account. This money was set aside in case the fuel prices rise, but as we mentioned before, there may be an additional hit of $2 million with the current increases of fuel. And then we have an appropriation of $440,000 in special funds set aside in ERIP UB line item to pay for ERIP payouts. And then finally, we have a $2.4 million transfer from the water and electricity account in the UB to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty to offset the citywide deficit. And that includes new funds and funds that were previously identified as part of the OP plan.
Okay. Do we have anyone representing General Services? And do we have any status on the long-awaited vehicle reduction program?
That's in there. It's like 450 cars. Isn't it 450 cars in here? In this particular, they were supposed to do it. Well, I know, but they haven't. That doesn't count anymore.
There's just two issues for me, is that the issue of the reduction of the fleet, and then you were going to do a study regarding all vehicles, particularly take-home cars. And those are the two that I'd have an interest in.
Angela Sherrick, Department of General Services. The study has been completed. We are currently reviewing the draft of the study, and we hope to actually have the report to council by the end of April. So that report has been completed as you requested. With regard to the take-home vehicles, that is a part of the task force report that I believe was actually for police and fire and not for general services.
Was what, for whom now?
That part of the report was actually for police and fire.
Oh, okay.
And not part of general services report.
Very good. Okay, I thought that was all part of one report. But your report is dealing with the reduction of the citywide fleet.
That's correct. And we've hired a consultant. All of the departments have been interviewed, and we're currently reviewing the draft, and we hope to have a report to ITGA by April.
Okay, and is the game plan still by July 1st to start the implementation of the recommendations?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, for housing, it was projected that the department would have a special fund surplus of $2.3 million in the second FSR. That has increased to $3.2, and that is because of the vacancy rate. The department is exempted from furloughs and the managed hiring process. The following transfers are recommended. We have a $70,000 special fund salary savings transferred to the lease account to address a year-end shortfall attributed to escalator clauses in the lease agreements. We have a $120,000 transfer from the salaries general to contractual services account to pay for the development of a foreclosure registry system. And we have a $243 transfer from special funds in the UB ERIP line item to cover CDBG payouts for retired employees. Okay, for ITA, we had a deficit reported of $4.9 million in the second FSR that was going to be implemented with the operational plan. That's sort of been revised with the alternative plan. There's a slight deficit of $110,000 projected, which we do hope to address before the year end. We have recommendations to appropriate $160,000 in department revenue to the contractual service account to pay for group-wise costs incurred to date. We have $291,000 in department revenue to contractual services and office and admin expense accounts for business assistant virtual network. And these costs will be reimbursed by airport, harbor, and water and power. We have a $37,000 transfer in funds from recreation and park for communication services requests. We have $25,000 in DWP funds for a production of 2 public service campaigns, a $479,000 transfer in savings in various accounts to the salaries general account to partially address the deficit. Now, this money was to be transferred to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty, but there's an issue about receiving the telecommunications development account money at this time, so this will be addressed in the next FSR. We have an appropriation of $34,000 from the UB ERIP line item of special funds to pay out payouts for retirees, and a $46,000 in ARA funds for the installation of internet services for the Recreation Parks computer centers for the ARA program. Finally, we have requests for council to approve the use of $10.6 million in MICLA money that was provided in the budget for various technology projects. These 5 projects, if all approved, would have a cost of issuance of $1 million. I'm sorry, 10% reserve of $1 million and a cost of issuance of $264,000. We estimate that we'll need to borrow a total of $11.9 million, and that would cover the cost of $3.3 million in interest costs and annual debt service of $1.5 million. These projects include the fire dispatch radio replacement for $100,000 to replace the tower that supports fire department's Coldwater Canyon Backup Dispatch Center. We have the Mount Lee electrical upgrade of $1.2 for the second and final phase to upgrade the electrical system there. We have a 800 megahertz radio upgrade for $400,000 for the second of the 4 phases, and this carries all of Presidio radio traffic other than police and fire. We have the FMS project for $7.8 million, which should be implemented by July 5th, 2011. And we have a network infrastructure project of $1 million for the third of the 6-year project to upgrade obsolete routers and switches.
Okay, is there anybody here from ITA? As you're coming up, my question's going to be about public access, the discussions we've had in budget. Where are we on that whole concept of those fees? Obviously, we know we get 5% from a cable customer and then another 1% under the new law that was created. That's 6%. When I gather, it's roughly $30 million, of which $5 million goes to capital costs, and the other has been split with the council over a certain percentage. And we've talked about some dedicating funds going forward. How does that fit in with today's budget?
Right, yes, Laura Ito with Information Technology Agency. We did prepare a strategic plan for those TDA funds and submitted that to Budget and Finance Committee. Really, the direction that we received was to make sure that we applied as much of the TDA funding as possible to existing city costs that are related to public access. So to that end, the budget that was submitted for 11-12 covered some of the city clerks' internet-related and council access-related expenses.
Mm-hmm. And what about the public access aspect of a dedicated fund for their opportunities to have that public access?
We submitted a budget including funding for Channel 36 and Channel 35.
Okay. And do we know offhand, like for instance, if this was televised right now, this meeting, the additional cost it is to do a meeting like this?
I believe it's around $1,500.
Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you. Next.
All right, for library, in the second FSR, it was projected the department would have a $3.4 million deficit, which would be eliminated with the implementation of the operational plan solutions. There is a deficit of 146 due to less than anticipated attrition. The department will make necessary recommendations to their board, which will then come forward to you for approval. The department is projecting also a deficit of $175,000 in total revenue, and they will be seeking to increase fines from their board. The library was requested to report back on the status and utilization of their unreserved and undesignated fund balance, and that is provided as an attachment. They report that the charter section provides that all monies received by the department from fines, sales, gifts, or otherwise shall be placed to the credit to the library department in their library fund. The money does not revert to the general fund at year end, and it remains in the library's cash balance to be used as revenue to fund the operations of the library. Additionally, the department was asked to provide an update on the status of the volunteer program. They've reported that they've been unsuccessful in procuring private funds to expand the program. This funding was necessary to establish new infrastructure, which would include the hiring of a coordinator to revitalize the program and increase the number of volunteers. Yeah. They do plan to redesign their website to increase publicity efforts to attract more volunteers. Now, in conjunction with that, there was money put aside in the UB for library and rec and parks volunteer programs. We had previously identified that money as part of a solution to address department deficits as part of the operational plan. And we also mentioned that in the budget gap when without the concession agreement, or like in August, our report in August. The mayor's office, we have a request to transfer 500.
Before you go to that, can we talk about the volunteer program and where that's at in the libraries? We talked a lot about that during the last budget process, and as much as I appreciate us voting to keep the libraries going, is there any update? They were to update us. Have they given you any insight as to where they're going with that?
You know, what's included in the report is the update that I have received from library department. I don't know if anyone is here to elaborate on that.
Anybody here from the library department? I mean, the obvious joy is to be able to have volunteers who are absolutely engaged, obviously, in library issues, and being able to keep some costs under control and also to continue to fund the foundation, which can also assist in a public-private partnership.
Hi, Kyle Milliger, Business Manager, Library Department. Unfortunately, I don't have any further information on the volunteer program other than what's indicated in the FSR.
Okay, could we get a report back of some sort before it comes to council?
I do believe that there's a pending report back, but we'll definitely resend that out.
Okay, so we'd like to have that before we take a vote on this in the council. Okay.
Will do.
Let me just ask one question. On the state proposal to cut library funding, it appears we get $1 to $2 to $3 million. Is that earmarked for any specific purpose, or is it just general operating funds?
The 1.4 is not earmarked, it's just part of our regular revenue stream that comes into the library.
Okay.
And we have actually received that money for the 2011-2012 fiscal year.
Okay, so you already got...
So what's in jeopardy is the 2000, or that we're not sure
Going
about, is
forward.
the 12-13, correct?
Okay, all right, thank you.
Okay. All right, so for the mayor's office, we have a request to transfer $500,000 from their salaries general to salaries as needed. A request to transfer $217,000 in Homeland Security grant money to the Emergency Management Department, and a transfer of $539,000 from the budget balancing bridge to their salaries as needed account, and that figure has been reduced per the alternative plan. Neighborhood empowerment, as reported in the second FSR, the department is expected to complete the year within budget. For personnel, we have a projected deficit of $163,000, which is addressed with approvals of recommendations in this report. This includes $60,000 transfer from training expense account to the office and admin expense account to
Can
purchase...
I go back? You went rather fast on the neighborhood empowerment. Do we have any idea how much unspent money from this year and the year before and rollover monies exist at this very moment in the neighborhood empowerment group?
We have some very, very preliminary information, and I think the expectation it'll be over $2 million in rollover funds next year, maybe as high as 2.4, but it's still very, very early. We still have another 3 months left in the fiscal year. So.
Did you want to add to that? Thank you.
Jeff Brill with Neighborhood Empowerment. Now we're projecting about the same, probably between 2 and 2.4 million, and we're monitoring the funds coming in closely and how they're being spent as well.
So you have about what? How much is sitting there? That rollover money?
It's a combination of rollover money, but it's a combination of rollover money and current year expenditures.
2.4 million.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Just to clarify, Delilah Pucho,
Sure.
CAO, in accordance with the council policy, the 3-year rollover, we don't anticipate any money to be swept. What we do project is $2.4 million to roll over into the neighborhood council's accounts for next year that they will be able to use again.
Yeah, so what used to be a larger number.
Yes, prior to when every neighborhood council had $50,000 in the annual appropriation,
Right.
we swept anything over $100,000 at the end of the year on June 30th. So July 1st, they would get another $50,000, which would keep them at $150,000. But since then, we lowered the annual appropriation to $45,000.
Right.
They also had training and became more aware how to spend their money.
Yeah.
So we don't anticipate any funds to be swept in accordance with that policy. We are only projecting $2.4 million that they will keep in their accounts and roll over.
Well, we don't know about that if we'll roll it over when we go through the budget, but another part of that same issue is the cost of running elections. That has been a new day, and the city clerk was going to do it. It was $1 million plus to do it. A lot of neighborhood councils, at least the ones in my district, would rather run their own elections and save that money. Are we looking at those aspects as we go forward with neighborhood councils, and also looking at the neighborhood councils and maybe in a reduction in the monies they get? Not that I want to reduce anything, but I'd rather, look at every aspect of neighborhood councils with the options. Are we familiar with that aspect of it?
Actually, there is a report in our following report regarding the neighborhood council elections, and we do have a recommendation in there on how to better facilitate and administer the elections.
And to save money?
Yes.
And currently, the department has the neighborhood councils have a neighborhood council election task force, which they're working on as well. And we are in discussions also, preliminary discussions with the city clerk's office and with city attorney involved as well in this whole issue of the NC elections.
Great. Did you want to add to that? Okay,
think we
great.
have a
Thank you both. Appreciate it.
Okay, continue with personnel. We have a transfer of $245,000 from the Human Resources Benefit Fund Workers' Compensation Account to the Department's Salaries General Account to fill 9 workers' compensation positions. We have a transfer of $75,000 from the Department of Water and Power to the Salaries As Needed account to pay for background investigators for DWP security officers. We have a transfer of $30,000 from DWP to pay for Salaries General and As Needed costs for the DWP classification study. And we have an appropriation of $63.5 million in ERIP special fund money to pay for ERIP retiree costs. We have a recommendation to appropriate $100,000 from the UB Links replacement account, and this is another change that I need to make to attachment 10 to reflect the correct account number, to ITA for the Links study to develop a plan for the systems replacement project. Finally, we have a transfer of $465,000 in various accounts to the UB Reserve for Economic Uncertainty per the alternative plan. Okay. Planning in the second FSR, with the operational plan, we had projected the department would complete the year within budget. We're now estimating a surplus of $132,000, which includes $58,000 in general funds. There is an issue with revenue. The department originally estimated general fund revenue of $4.9 million. However, $2 million of that revenue overhead reimbursement from the case processing special revenue fund will not be realized. This is due to adjustments by council, and then the planning projects that general fund revenue will be $2.8 million instead. In the second FSR,
Let me just ask the question on that. When did, I wasn't familiar that we had chose to subsidize single-family dwellings. Was that something recently? Because I know we went through the couple-of-year process to bring the overhead in place over a 2-year period. And the whole process of the planning fees was to eliminate subsidies in general, because we were at one time subsidizing like 70% of the planning process. And I was wondering, when did that come about?
Good afternoon, council members. This is Eva Yuan McDaniel from City Planning. It wasn't really a subsidy. If you recall, before when council deliberated the fee ordinance when we first went to full cost recovery, you made a decision to decrease the cost to single-family properties and also properties with historic significance. So that amount, even though the fee was reduced to, in some cases 50%, in some cases 80 to 90%, the processing still is the same cost. And that's when our previous planning director was still here. And I don't think the council says subsidize, but council said to make the planning department whole because it will still cost that much to process the cases. So the amount is about equivalent to the citywide overhead amount of approximately about 20% of the total cost.
So that's about $2 million?
Yes.
Did we know that figure when that was proposed to reduce the fees for single family or for historical?
No, the fee was to recover.
I know the fee, I'm saying, was the council made aware of what the financial impact was going to be if we cut the planning fees for single-family residences and
yes.
for historic?
Yes, that was
$2 million shortfall?
Yes. That was in 2009 when the discussion took place and council was made aware of the cost. And it was not the planning department's revenue estimate. It was a discussion during the budget process for this fiscal year that the decision was made to put the entire amount into the planning direct cost.
Because I remember, what I remember is that we went through a stage period for the overhead.
Yes.
And we went through a 2 or 3 year study to bring forth all the new planning fees. But I don't recall on the issue of the single family and historical that the reduction in their cost for the fees was going to amount to basically the same amount that we were getting the overhead, which is about $2 million.
Yes, based on the current case filing level, the amount of the, we can use the word subsidy, is about $2 million. In the, every year, that amount would vary based on the level of case filing.
Okay. Now, was that part of a proposal from planning to reduce 50% or 70%, or was that a motion, or how did that come about?
No, that was it wasn't planning's proposal. It was a discussion on the council floor and council made the decision to decrease the filing fees for single-family homes and also for properties with historic significance.
Okay. Let me just ask you, we got the CEO, because I'd like to see if we can bring that back and look at, maybe it was clear to those who voted on it that we were talking about a $2 million hit.
We can go back and check, and I do recall the discussion that the fees themselves, that we did not want to capture 100% of the costs. I don't recall, and maybe Maddie can help us out. I don't recall the $2 million figure being presented. I do recall the discussion that we were not going to charge 100% for the full cost of providing the service, and there were decisions for various fees to basically bring those costs down per council direction.
Okay. If you can just give us some insight as to how that went about, because I know I wasn't familiar that it was going to cost us that much in that discussion.
But we can bring information back to you about that. And part of this is also maybe we didn't know some of the actual impacts at the time as well. But this was as a result of the study that the Matrix company presented to this department. It was discussed here in council several times.
I remember that. I remember the overhead, the staged, and all that other, but I don't recall the...
But we can bring back to you a report on the status of the fees and what has been implemented and what is not getting full cost recovery, and we can certainly bring that back to you.
I appreciate that, and then we could get another review of that. Thank you.
Okay, for the second FSR, we also reported that the planning case processing revenue fund would be $10 million instead of $11.6 million, and that has not changed.
And that's because we delayed the implementation of the ordinance?
Yes, Council Member. I'm sorry, should I? The original estimate was to implement the ordinance by July 1st because it was first, the planning sent it forward in April last year, but it was delayed and it wasn't actually effective until the 19th of February. And we did not get a chance to start collecting until the 22nd because of the holiday. So we ended up in February only collected for 5 days.
Okay, that was in February 2010?
Yes, it's, no, actually it's February 2011. We just implemented it.
Okay, so we lost 6 or 7 months. Okay, thank you.
So we have a recommendation to appropriate $88,000 from to the department salaries general account for work on the Warner Center specific plan. We have a transfer of $700,000 from the UB to reimburse for reduced EAA furlough savings, and we have a transfer of $150,000 from the department's overtime and contractual services account to the reserve for economic uncertainty per the alternative plan. Okay, police, that's our third department where we believe that we'll be need to make appropriations. In fact, we do have a appropriation recommended in this report of $11.4 million. In the second FSR, their deficit was reported to be 18.1, which would have been reduced to 4.5 million based on the operational plan. Of course, where their account standing is about $13.6 million deficit. Additional savings and alternative sources of funding were identified as alternative plan solutions to the P3 concession agreement, and with this and the alt plan combined, that would reduce their deficit to $3.7 million. 140 police officers have been hired, and attrition is 173, which is 4 higher than projected. They're projecting attrition of 52 officers by June 30th, which would lower the payroll to $9,882 unless they have updated figures for us. At this time, we are recommending suspension of police hires for the fiscal year to help offset the general fund deficit and, as previously reported, to give time to implement the new tier. We're also, in accordance with the alternative plan, have several solutions that were approved, part of the alternative plan, and I'll just go through them really quickly. We have a revenue transfer of $763,000 in unclaimed money trust fund. We have a revenue transfer of $429,000 of crime bill and making more funds. We have a revenue transfer of $461,000 from Shift Cardenas Act funds. We have a revenue transfer of $3 million. This was per the operational plan for closed grants. We have a transfer of $72,000 from the police trust fund to the general fund, which is also a revenue transfer. We also have appropriations of $96,000 to the office and admin account to pay for invoices for the Lakers championship parade. We'd like to note that the city received $1.49 million from the Los Angeles Lakers to pay for this cost, of which $1.29 million was incurred by the police department. With the operational plan, we're recommending appropriating $2.2 million in supplemental law enforcement services funds to the department. We have a transfer of $1.5 million of ARA money to reimburse the general fund for cops hiring. We have a transfer of $430,000 for standards and training for corrections trust fund, and those are both revenue transfers. We have a transfer of $1.5 million from the in-car video account for the reimbursement of sworn and contractual services costs, a transfer of $100,000 from the U.S. DOJ Asset Forfeiture Trust Fund to the Liabilities Claim Fund for the reimbursement of settlement costs per previous council direction, a transfer of $411,000 from that same trust fund to GSD for the reimbursement of custodial and building maintenance over at the Metro Detention Center, a transfer of $143,000 from the in-car video account to reimburse GSD for utility costs at the Metro Detention Center. And in accordance with the operational plan, we have a transfer of $1.5 million from the department's accumulated overtime account to their sworn and contractual service accounts to internally address deficits. And we have a transfer from the UB to address the EAA reduced furlough savings of $2.2 million. And then a operational plan recommendation of the $11.4 million appropriation to the department to help them make it through to the next FSR.
Let me just ask, from the department on your deficit's down to like 3 point something, what's the plan for reducing that by June 30th?
We expect to achieve savings in a number of accounts. We are reviewing every account we have right now to determine where the savings are. We started that process we've been doing that actually the entire year. And there are a number of items that we've specially reviewed. And I think we've done an excellent job up to this point. As we said last time, we had a problem with the uniform allowance, and which is where most of our budget deficit was, and that's not an excuse. It's just something we had to make up, and we're making it up, and we intend to keep going.
Okay. Let me ask the CAO a couple of things on asterisk 2, 3, and 4. Are those all going to the general fund on those reimbursements?
Here.
That is correct.
Okay. And then the other one...
You're talking about the crime bill, the shift coordinates?
We'll be talking about the 763 unclaimed monies, the bill, what is it, crime bill, and then also the shift coordinates. Those all go to the general fund?
Correct.
The other thing, we talked before, I think at one of our FSRs, about the movement of that in-car video. Now, if we don't have a plan to replace that, I just would not like to move that and then scurry around in 11 and 12 and say we can't fund it, because that's a commitment that I think most everybody has said they're going to do.
It's a commitment from the department also that we begin installing them in Central Bureau next fiscal year.
Yeah.
I was going to add that I believe it's the mayor's intent to provide funding for next year to move forward with the next phase of the program. So.
Okay. All right. So that's a guarantee?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anybody got anything else?
Yeah, on the proposal here to stop hiring, I'm confused. There's already a hire letter out on the current class that's due according to the agreement was made. So is this calculation for $700,000 that you project based on no further classes beyond the class that's in the process now? So the letters that are out now for the hiring of the April class will go forward, and that $700,000 is after that.
That's correct. Originally, we were anticipating roughly about $1.5 million savings with canceling the rest of the classes. Now that the letters have gone out, we only anticipate about $700,000 in indirect cost to the department. Yeah.
All right, so they'll be canceling a May and June class if there was to be one according to the agreement.
Per your direction, yes.
Just so, if I might.
Can't hear you, Jerry.
Yeah, just so I might, in full candor, so we don't have a problem, the next FSR, we're only scheduled to hire about another 45 or 50 for the rest of the year.
Above and beyond the April class?
Above and beyond the April class. Yeah. So that's where we are. Right now, we're about 9,900. When we start with the April class, we'll be about at 9,945. If we attrit another 45 to 49 people, we'd be back to around 9,900. We then probably we don't like to hire classes of over 50, so we'd end up a little bit below 9,963, but that's where we would be. So I don't see, anyways, that just so everybody's full disclosure, that's where we are.
Well, what this report says is that last 45 you're talking about wouldn't happen.
If that was a motion adopted by the council, then it wouldn't happen. At this point, the last motion that we're operating under was adopted by the council a year and a half ago.
Correct.
To hire to attrition, and that's what we're doing. The problem with stopping hiring this year is the pressure it puts on if we want to hire to 9,963 next year, and whether the personnel department will have the resources to provide us with the list that we need, because it requires a great number, and I'm not sure the exact ratio, of applicants to get qualified candidates and then sending out the letters to have still qualified candidates. The longer we wait, the more problems there are. So we were informed at one point by, and I don't mean to speak for personnel other than what they told us, it would be difficult for them if we stopped hiring this year to gear up next year to hire to attrition. And that may have changed as we hired this April class. So I don't know where we are, but that's what they told us, and that was repeated to us by the CAO.
Well, I think the question would be in the personnel, is there an existing list that's sufficient to get us through the next 4 or 5 months?
we'd have to talk to personnel. Yeah. I know the lists we're getting, we were getting down there in the number, but I don't know the exact number. This is part of the issue of having different groups do hiring.
Is anybody left from personnel, or are they all gone?
No. Have a seat.
With regard to...
Your name, please?
Gloria Sosa, Personnel Department. With regards to whether or not we have a current sufficient list of candidates that would enable us to continue to hire through July, should we stop hiring for the remainder of the fiscal year? We do have candidates that are continuing through the process. What we would ask is that, given our resources, that we continue to test applicants and to recruit during these last few months of the fiscal year. So in order for us to be able to meet the needs for next fiscal year. What I'm hearing right now, though, as to what that plan for next fiscal year will be, is still kind of up in the air, and that is an issue that, depending on what we actually hire next year, what our resources...
We're not deciding next year's budget yet, that's the point. So the question is, do we have sufficient people on a list that if we determine that we wanted to hire some more this year, they're there, or that at the beginning of the fiscal year, if we were to hire a class or two, there would be sufficient people there? Because no one's telling you to stop recruiting, no one's telling you to stop processing. We're saying we may stop hiring, which then asks the question, how many people are on the list and how long is that list good for?
We certainly do have a sufficient number of eligibles to hire for next year.
Okay. should we, and that decision's not made yet. We're just talking about the next few months anyway, so.
Right, for the next few months.
Yeah, a couple of questions. One is, since we now have a plan to hire people at a lower cost that was approved by the voters, is there any reason why we couldn't approve this current April class, but tell them they're hired as of July under the future lower rates, rather than doing it now at a cost that over their lifetimes will cost us additional millions of dollars? I don't know how many million, probably $3, $4, $5 million.
Well, first of all, the letters we sent out tells them that they're starting on a particular date, which is next Monday. So that we have some responsibility. The second there is if we tell them they're not coming back till July, we'll lose a bunch of them, because that's what's been happening. So, and I think we have a contractual, not the city attorney, but I think we have an obligation to the people that we promised them employment on a certain date, that we ought to fulfill that obligation. And if you look at the overall cost over, I think it's 30 years of their life, and you value in the present money, future money, it doesn't turn out to be quite as much as it appears. But I think our moral obligation, and I think probably legal, is to hire them when we offer them the job.
Did the CAO not tell us earlier today that we save over $170 million per person over the life of their careers?
No, it would be 173,000.
That's what I meant. That's what I meant. 173,000.
Yes. So it would have been 6.9 million.
Over 30 years.
Over 30 years, yes.
Well, to delay this for 3 months, to save $6.9 million, I think that would be a worthwhile savings. When we look at trying to get by this and future difficulties through efficiencies, that would seem like an obvious one. We've passed a regulation to allow us to pay people less. It's not a huge amount less, but $6 million here, $7 million there, eventually it adds up to some real money. So I wouldn't brush off a chance to save $7 million for the city of Los Angeles at a very modest loss in terms of 3 months of hiring.
That turns out to be about 200-something thousand per year. If we start, it's probably nothing for this year by the time they get started. But again, we operated under the provision of the policy established by the council, and we will contribute on that, continue to operate under that until the council tells us that they've changed the policy.
I would think.
Let me push this a little bit further on it. And I just want to make it clear that Charlie Beck's been the best cop I've had an experience with since I've been on the city council. And he's done an incredible job in my district, which I did not get that support before. And we're very happy with his leadership, and we're very happy with the chain of command that he has put in the 11th district. I can't say enough nice things about it. So that's my backdrop. The question, for me is the attrition rate, I think, is much less. People realize that a good job is a good job in a down economy like this. What are your attrition numbers, and how important, the 9963 of meeting that target is this April class?
Let me start by saying that our attrition rate for what we estimated is about what's happening with the sworn officers. Second of all, the 9963, which we're a little bit below, allows us to deploy people in a manner that has, we believe, caused the continual and marked decrease in crime that has occurred in the city of Los Angeles. We are presently operating under the restriction because of the compensatory time off of losing about 400 deployable officers a month, because when officers get above 250 hours, we have to give them, we make them take some time off. In certain divisions, we're already at 90% of people over 200 hours. So we have to manage that very carefully. Every officer we delay causes us not to replace it. If we don't hire this class, we'll be down to 9,900 by the beginning of April, and we'll be down at 98 something by the end of the year, which means there'll be some specialized unit somewhere, whether it's specific programs in specific districts, divisions, that won't occur. Whether it means we'll have to redeploy so that there are more people on homicide desks rather than burglary or auto theft desks, we'll have to do it. The importance of this class, every month we delay means it takes longer to get them. And our history is that if you tell people, we're not going to hire till 4 months from now, or 3 or 4 months from now, we lose a bunch of them. And we then have to try to replace them, which causes another delay. So the chief has maintained the fact that he believes the 9963 number is a number that he can maintain what we have established. Going below that, he believes will have an impact, and as I do, on the level of service that we can provide. If I might say personally, I think delaying this class for 3 months does not accomplish anything, because the salary, I think it's about 70,000 if you add in all the costs per officer. Is that about right? 44,000?
Well, the only difference you're talking about is the difference in the pension contribution side.
Right.
Yeah, that's right. We're talking thousands of dollars, not millions.
Right. And for this year, we're talking next to nothing.
Yeah.
For next year, we're talking 44 or 45 officers for whatever that year's pension contribution, which would be what, an extra 2%?
An extra 2%.
Right. And so I think we need the officers. There's no question. And if we're going to stick to the council's policy, we should hire those people. And
well, let me ask you one thing.
If I can just add one thing, I'm not sure we can tell them we're not hiring them.
Well, that's what I was going to ask you. I mean, you're an attorney. I know you don't deal with specific law, but the very first class you take in law school is contracts, right?
Yes.
When there's an offer and acceptance, that constitutes a contract?
Yes.
And it's enforceable by law?
Yes.
We've offered them a contract?
Yes.
Nobody turned it down?
Not that I know of.
And we have a deal that's enforceable in law?
That's what I said before.
You can't get out of this.
Well, I think not only legally, but morally. We promised these people employment.
You're asking what's politicians with moral question. That might be the wrong body to ask. But from a law point of view, you can't get out of a deal unless you pay for it. If we want to say we'll take the risk, and somebody sues and says, I quit my job, you pay me for what I lost, we're liable.
Well, that's what I was about to say. There's a number of people that when we do this, they quit their job.
Yeah.
And so now we're stuck with
They all do.
Yes.
Cops wait for a year to get on the department, a year and a half to get on the department. They work until they get that offer. They put their notice in the next day. All of them.
Exactly.
So
And
we probably lose more money than we'd save on the 2%.
Certainly in the short term.
Yeah.
Oh, we could take that one step further. In the long term, would we be saving money or not? Is it the 6 or 7 million I'm hearing or not? Or is Mr. Smith's comment
It's really,
clear?
it's the long-term savings of the $7 million. It's $173,000 per officer. The decision to hire, I mean, there's a number of pieces as part of this. But certainly, we felt to have this discussion about the delay in the class. The constituents of the city just passed a new tier, knowing that the objective is to bring down our long-term pension costs. As we look forward, and we're going to have discussion in the next month or so as far as what the pension costs will be for next year, those numbers aren't going down. And delaying, while the savings looks small at this point and a present value, certainly if you look at our long-term pension costs and where they are going and where they're going to continue to go, we need every dollar. And so it is a decision that is presented to the mayor and council to ultimately decide.
But your position is pretty clear. Explain what you're saying. Don't do it.
We feel that the long-term, if we take the long-term view, that it would be more prudent for the city to delay those classes.
Even in context of Mr. Smith about contracts and commitments and people leaving their jobs, I mean, we're not talking hundreds of millions of dollars in this particular issue, but we're talking about the integrity of our system and integrity of how we go forward on things. How do you address that issue?
At this point, the letters have already gone out. I believe they went out last week. I mean, so at this point, there would be that litigation risk. I mean, you could always probably rescind, but because if someone did say, I'm going to quit my current job, that is a risk. And that's why we have modified our report to only assume the remaining 2 classes of the year.
Mr. Santana, do you want to add anything to this conversation at this
And while he's
point?
coming up, the net cost per year comes out about $200,000. That's the total cost per year to hire them now versus waiting, assuming no liability of lawsuits.
And that doesn't include present value versus future value of money.
Again, to clarify, the class where letters have already gone out, we, as Ray indicated, those have been hired. We're recommending keeping those in place. The only question we're raising is for the remaining 1 or 2 classes. So I think the questions Mr. Smith raises about the obligations that folks may have made and commitments that they've made with their existing employer are true. So that is not what we're recommending.
All right, so you're basically saying the April class go forward with?
That's correct.
Okay. So, Jerry, what other more additional classes, how many additional people, and what kind of a cost exposure between now and July 1 are we looking at?
Well, we're not looking at any exposure because we haven't offered anybody the job. We'd have
Okay.
probably 1 more class.
But this recommendation says stop.
I understand. And again, the chief of police has stated what he believes is what he needs to maintain the services that he has, and he believes that number is very close to 9963, give or take a few. That's the number we've been targeting. Again, as I stated, we believe, and I know he does, that his use of those 9963 has accounted for the safety that has been achieved in the city of Los
We
Angeles.
appreciate that. I'm not disagreeing with those numbers.
There.
Okay, what I'm asking you is the class that comes in April, which is roughly
Right.
45, Mr. Smith is saying
Right.
it's not worth canceling. I guess I'm hearing him say that, but he's saying, and not he's saying, but nobody's saying, going forward, you're not even sure if you need another class
No, I
between
didn't
now
say
and
that.
July 1.
We're going to need another class. I said I believe that the number would approximately, if the numbers work out the way I think, would be probably around 60, but we're not going to hire to 60.
When would you know for sure so that we can make a decision based on that, keeping the fact that July 1 is just not, that far away?
We know for sure sometime in May, because we'd have to look at the actual attrition. I can tell you what we estimate. We'd have to look at the actual attrition and then probably start thinking about a class for January, for June, which wouldn't go on the payroll till July. So it would be in the middle of May or the beginning of June that we know for sure.
And if you did it in the middle of May or middle of June, then by the time they're officers, they're in the new year, so and they would not be impacted, or would they be impacted by the
Well, it
structure?
depends on when we hired them, but we could do it so that we could push it over until next year.
July 2. You could put a notice out in May or June and say, July 2, you report
Right.
for duty.
Right.
That gets them into the new system.
Well, we can tell them to report in the middle of June, and then they don't go on the payroll till July 2. It takes 2 weeks to get into Pacer.
Oh.
So we could hire them like for June 15th or June 18th, and then they wouldn't go on the payroll till after July 1st. Yeah. But
Yeah, well, we'd love
then
for
the
you to
question
come
is-
back at a certain point before you would send out a letter, if we in fact went forward with this point, to see if in fact we need to, and B, if it does have a structural impact.
I have been constantly keeping the Chair of Public Safety informed of what is happening with the department, and we send out every week
Yeah, I know.
deployment figures.
I don't think that's correct, because the day you sign on is the day that you're liable.
Oh, for the pension. I thought you were
Yeah.
talking about the payroll.
No,
for the
payroll
pension.
doesn't matter, that's, yeah.
If we're talking about an extra
Right.
40
So you-
officers with 2 weeks different of the
You
pension.
could instruct to and hire in May, but report on July 2nd for duty, that's the first day, and that gets them into the new pension system. And what I'd suggest is that we kick that can down the road and say, before you put out notices to hire the next class, we have this discussion, and go forward with the plan as it is today then.
If that's the council's wish, that's what we'll do.
That'd be my recommendation.
I'll second that.
I guess then that will be probably what we will do.
So just clear, you recommend that we support the CEO's recommendation?
On the current dollar amounts, but that before, that we could still hire one additional class with a projected hire date of July 2nd, so we know it's going to go out in May, but we want to have that discussion here before you issue those letters.
The only caveat to that is it will then, if we want to hire to attrition, because we'll be making up for more.
But that falls in the next budget year.
Right.
So we start that discussion in
Okay.
4 weeks, so we may as
just
well
mean
wait.
we'd have to hire more next year.
Well, we'll see the mayor's budget before that date. anyway.
Exactly, yeah.
So-
Please, Rex. If I could clarify what that motion means, does that guarantee that we won't hire anyone that goes on the pension system under our old system?
Beyond this class, that's just letters went out.
Beyond the April class, so
Yeah.
no matter what we've done,
Right.
not an extra dollar in pensions will go towards that unnecessary cost, and we will not be actually making an offer that obligates us until after July 1st.
If the officer starts, their starting date is July 1 or later, then they would be under the new pension tier.
And we're,
But what I'm hearing is that the letters would go out prior to that.
Yeah, they have.
Making them the offer, but establishing the July 1 as the starting date. Is that correct?
Yeah.
and are we certain legally that the offer isn't what holds the offer letter as opposed to the start date?
We could ask the city attorney to give us a final opinion on that, if between now and Wednesday, if you like.
Yeah, I think what the issue should reflect is that if we follow your recommendation of after April class, that there's no hiring to this fiscal year, we will get the mayor's budget prior to any discussion and well in advance of July. And that budget being approved by mid-May, would put in place the 11-12 hiring plan.
Right.
So we don't have to jerry-rig anything because it's going to be here before us. And just going back in history, I think the letter is a firm commitment of hiring because almost everybody walks in and gives a 2-week notice.
I'm seeing the personnel office shake their head, yes, and you want to come up and explain.
Just say ditto.
Councilman Parks is correct. If we do want to verify it with the city attorney, we can certainly do that, but basically, once the job offer has been made, we have to honor that.
But
So-
is it clear that you can make the offer in May and not hire them until July?
If you specify, you could specify in the letter.
Well, yes, you would specify what the start date is at that point.
Well, if for clarity, I think for fairness, we specify in the letter that your report date is July 1, July 2, and it's under the new pension system.
Right, what you would stipulate is that the job offer includes what the start date is.
That's correct.
Which is, whatever it is, July 1st, July 2nd.
We will confirm that with the city attorney between now and Wednesday, just to make sure that that's 100% clear. But I think we understand what the intent is.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. That's, Miguel, repeat back to us what you think we told you.
What I understand the direction is that the department has been given the authority to proceed forward in May or so to send out notices to a new class that they have been hired with the effective date being July 1st. And so the goal here is to establish that class, but have them be under the new pension tier. And so what we're going to do is clarify with the city attorney that in fact, that the letter could be written in a way that clarifies that point, so that someone, if I'm an individual who applied and I receive a letter in May, I know I've now been asked to join the department, but I will be starting on July 1st under a new pension tier.
That's already got it. And the other issue is, for clarity, that with that letter, that class will be in the 11-12 hiring plan as opposed to an extra class.
If that's what the,
It could be an extra, well, it could be an extra class, or it could be the only class. We don't know.
I mean,
There
it's
will
for
be,
the fiscal year.
yeah.
depending on the council's deliberations on the mayor's budget, we will then know how to go forward.
Okay, let me just take a deep breath and say, number one, we've agreed to continue the class in April. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's a go. But we're not sure if we're doing an additional class until A, we see the mayor's budget, and B, we take a deep breath. And if we do another class, we would obviously send the letters out in a timely manner, but it wouldn't go into effect until July 2nd.
We will be, I don't disagree with that, but we will be.
I'm not saying one and the other, I'm
No,
just...
we will be notifying public safety as we have what our numbers are as we go forward.
Right.
So if we come in May and our number's down to 98 something,
Right.
the council can have the deliberations about this anytime it chooses.
Sure.
I assume by that time we will have the mayor's budget, and whether this all gets wrapped up into next year's budget or some determination about whether you want to do something this year to go into next year can be done at that time.
It's clear to me.
Okay?
Me too.
It's clear to me now.
Okay. Next department.
Okay,
Thank you.
Public Works
Thank you.
Board. They had a general fund deficit projected in the second FSR of 61,000. They're now projecting to have a general fund surplus of 51,000. We have a recommendation to appropriate Public Works Trust Fund money in the amount of 117 for a project restore director. We have a transfer of 20,000 from the seismic bond program to the general fund for reimbursement of special funded accounting positions. We have a transfer of 33,000 from the salaries general account, 41,000 from overtime, and 15 from printing and binding to the UB reserve for economic uncertainty for the alternative plan. And we have a 17,000 transfer in gas tax funds from the ERIP account to pay for unfunded ERIP payouts. For ConAd, we have a year-end surplus of 730,000, which includes that was projected in the second FSR. That is increased to 3.58 million, but that includes 156,000 general fund deficit. The deficit includes money in the salaries account, but that is attributed to increased activity at the Los Angeles World's Airport, where construction crews are working to meet accelerated project delivery deadlines. But these costs, direct and indirect, are reimbursable from LAWA, so there are no recommendations at that time. In accordance with the alternative plan, we have a transfer of 47,000 from the City Neighborhood Traffic Fund to the General Fund, and a transfer of 458,000 from overtime salaries to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainties. Engineering, assuming that additional salary appropriations are received from off-budget sources, they will have a surplus of 5.9 million. Of this, there's a 7.6 million surplus in the Sewer Capital Fund. General fund receipts through December are about 10.3 million, which is 35% of projected revenue, but they do anticipate meeting revenue estimates. With regards to new fees, the city attorney's office has notified that the Bureau in mid-January that ordinances for 7 new fees will not likely be submitted this year. Our office is working with the city attorney to review the process on implementing fee increases. They will have a targeted reduction of 1 million per the alternative plan, and that's recommended below. We also have a recommendation to reduce sewer capital fund appropriations by 4 million, as I discussed with the surplus and special funds. For sanitation, we have a surplus of 10.5 million across special funds as a result of 15% vacancy rate and expense savings. There is a 17 million decrease in receipts in the sewer construction maintenance fund. This decrease is due to water conservation, drop in customers, increased subscribers to low-income programs, reduced interest earnings, and uncertainty about FEMA reimbursement. The Bureau has addressed this shortfall with reduced expenditures within its operating budget and throughout the Clean Water Program, but it is unlikely that we'll be able to sustain the Clean Water Program in the years that follow. So we will have discussions following with a sewer service rate adjustment in the next several months. Also, as was mentioned earlier in discussion, we do have a shortfall projected for the solid waste fee lifeline program. This is $3.6 million that was not mentioned before. There is about $16.6 million funding that was provided for this program. This was with the idea that an ordinance would be implemented to modify the subsidy. However, the final ordinance was implemented about 3 months late. And additionally, the council imposed cap hasn't been realized. We have additional participants subscribing, and people have not yet been removed. So right now we have about 60,000 customers for a cap of 58,000.
Yeah. Do we have somebody from sanitation? I think we need a clarity on what happened on the two items that came up during the subsidy program of capping the number and also the reduction of the subsidy over, I think, a 2-year period. And on both of those issues, we have shortfalls. And so if you can explain to us how that occurred.
Good afternoon, council members. Neil Guglielmo with the Bureau of Sanitation. With regards to the...
you got to speak more into that mic. So
sure. Neil Guglielmo with the Bureau of Sanitation. With regards to the Lifeline program, as was stated by the CAO in the report, there were delays in implementation of the ordinance, which has caused some additional difficulties. And the cap, the council and mayor imposed cap of the $58,910. Actually, we are at this time, based on latest figures from Water and Power, at $55,000. So we have come below the cap. But obviously, we do have projected shortfall for the year end. The CAO's amount is 3.6. We believe that amount is closer to 2.1 million. We have provided some additional information to the CAO, and we'll be working very closely with the CAO to monitor the costs for the coming months for this fiscal year. But we believe the shortfall this year will be probably closer to about $2.1 million for the Lifeline program.
Are both of those issues tied to the same ordinance, that the ordinance wasn't prepared in time?
Yes, there were delays in preparing the ordinance. We worked very closely with the city attorney's office. It did get in later than was anticipated. In addition to that, we also had to work very closely with Water and Power for them to implement the change in their billing system. So that took some additional time. The good news is, though, there was 2 phases to the ordinance in terms of the fee, and the second phase would occur July 1st, and Water and Power is prepared and ready, and their system is prepared to implement the second phase of the charge go on July 1st.
They're prepared to do what now?
The ordinance called for a stepped-up increase in the Lifeline participants' pay, how much they're going to contribute, and it was 35%, and then 70% would be the contribution starting in July 1st. Water and Power at this point in time has told us they are prepared to make that happen.
Okay, now, did we go through a vetting process? I think that was part of the discussion at council, that just to verify that people actually were eligible for the subsidy?
That is complete. Yes, sir, that is correct. We have a recertification process the Bureau of Sanitation has been going through. I'll defer to Alex Halou, our Assistant Director.
Good afternoon, council members. Alex Halou, Bureau of Sanitation. This has been a long process because over the last 10, 15 years, there has been no recertification. Once individuals have applied for the program, they stayed in the program. The Bureau of Sanitation, with the help actually of the CLA and the CAO, they gave us the resources to go ahead and start the recertification process. Of course, reaching out to senior residents and helping them with their application have taken longer than we expected. We spent the first letter went out, and we gave residents about 45 days to submit the application and all the forms that they needed. Several residents required more time, so we gave an extension. Then we noticed there's about 40% have not submitted anything. So we sent a second letter. We also did some phone calls. We worked with all the council offices and the neighborhood councils. We sent out the list for each district area in the city of Los Angeles by zip code. So this way we're reaching out to as many as we can. And we did several attempts. After giving them multiple notices, we're following the ordinance and we'll be sending a decertification letter for those who have not responded back after 3 attempts by the city.
Okay. So that's what got us down to the 55,000?
That's actually part of it. Right now, we have a close to 23,000 have not responded yet after multiple attempts.
Okay.
So that will bring it lower.
So by the third attempt, that you will, basically, if they don't contact you, then they just get moved off the list?
If they have not, the decertification letter that is mailed to them is going to tell them that they can go ahead and resubmit all the documents back to the Office of Finance to get certified again if they're eligible. We found out as we going through this, we got over 30,000 phone calls through our hotline. We talked to a lot of people, and some people have changed situation. So maybe they qualified a few years ago now because of their income is over, so they no longer qualify for the program. So they probably decided not to submit.
Okay, so when will we know, as the whole program, how it washes out, how many that are going to be on the subsidy, how much, even with the reduction, what the cost is going to ultimately be?
Our target date is April 1st, is that there'll be the drop date. And like Neil mentioned, we're looking at about 2.1 million. If we look back over a year ago, we were looking at $25 million for this program. Now we're going to be able to add more people and support this program,
Okay.
by saving some money for a general fund.
Very good, thank you.
You're welcome.
Yep. We move on from that item.
Okay. For transfers, we have $175,000 within the department to address account deficits. We have a transfer from the Stormwater Pollution Abatement Fund to the General Fund of $200,000 to reimburse related costs. We have a transfer of $1 million to the Solid Waste Resources Revenue Fund for reimbursement of tip fees. We have a transfer of $499,000 from multifamily bulk items for debt service costs for collection vehicles. We have an $85,000 transfer for citywide trust funds for citywide recycling advertisements. We have a transfer of $205,000 Environmental Affairs Trust Fund money to sanitation for recycling and environmental outreach and education. We have $32,000 in funds to general services for mailing costs for the Solid Waste Fee Lifeline program, constituent notification. A $73,000 transfer in used oil grant funds to the Bureau for salary exemptions. Transfer of $187,000 in SCM for rideshare for the Clean Water program. $37,000 to City Attorney for legal support. $231,000 in Clarkson's money for community amenity fees, and $650,000 in stormwater pollution abatement savings to address emergency stormwater projects and liability claims. For street lighting, is projected the department will complete the year with a special fund surplus of $387,000. They have a high vacancy rate, so they're using hiring hall staff and overtime to keep projects and maintenance on schedule. We have a recommendation to appropriate $520,000 from the Street Lighting Maintenance Fund to the Bureau for Olympic Boulevard Streetscape Lighting Project. We have a transfer of $180,000 from Salaries General to Hiring Hall and Hiring Hall benefits to staff the street field life crews, the field crews. We have a reappropriation of $164,000 in Prop A money for the Interstate 405 widening project. We have a reappropriation.
I was just going to ask you on street lighting, why do they have a high vacancy rate? In an economy like this, I would imagine you would not have a high vacancy rate.
Plus, they're special funds.
They're special funded. They're not frozen.
Good afternoon, Janice Chang, Office of the CAO. The Bureau of Street Lighting, in their field crew, they have a lot of electrical craft helpers, assistant street lighting electricians, and street lighting electricians. A lot of turnover occurs. A lot of these folks move to the Department of Water and Power, and the Bureau is unable to keep
So
that
it's
hiring.
DWP stealing people again, that's the problem.
The attrition is the problem. And
Well, attrition because of DWP, because this is a field where people are dying for jobs right now in the trades. Unemployment is huge in the trade, so I can't imagine why there'd be any vacancies at all if you're not frozen, which you're not. You're special funded, so you're not furloughed. So this should be a very desirable job, but if they're leaving to DWP, Then it's just a matter, we don't get them off the list fast enough and get them into hire?
The Bureau does request occasional unfreezes. It's still subject to the managed hiring process.
They're still in managed hiring?
Yes.
Problem number one, okay.
What they are able to do is use hiring hall, which is basically not city employees, but they do have a pool that they are able to hire from and keep the work going.
Yeah, but hiring hall is a day-to-day affair. It's not a permanent.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Hiring hall is a day-to-day fix, not a permanent fix. So your problem is, one, managed hiring is slowing the process down. Is there an active list you can hire from once they authorize it?
Yes, I think they do have an active list.
So it's just a matter of managed hiring again.
Well,
Should we have another conversation, Ray?
we could, but I would like to convey, though, when it comes to managed hiring, the managed hiring committee has approved all of their requests.
How long do you take, though?
It's just a matter of the Bureau actually forwarding the request for review, and then they would get scheduled.
Okay, I'll ask the question again. How long do you take to do that? Because I hear from general managers, we put requests in and we don't hear back from you for 4 months sometimes.
And that's, I hear that one too, and I always say that's a good story. It's a good story. I think the biggest problem with the Bureau is they do become a very good training ground, and then folks go up the hill where they get paid more.
Okay. So why do they have vacancies then?
Just to clarify, they do submit managed hiring requests for unfreezes. They don't get enough applications to fulfill that vacancy. Even before managed hiring began, they were experiencing a high vacancy rate.
So you don't have an active list then?
I'm not sure what the Bureau is doing, but they do have requests periodically for these field classes. I believe there is a list, but just the hiring process.
I'm not getting answers here.
I think maybe what we'll do for Wednesday is we will check with the Bureau and also personnel to find out whether there are active lists, whether there are sufficient number of potential employees on those lists, and we'll make sure we come back with that information on Wednesday.
Thank
for
you.
a complete picture.
Well, if I could go back slightly to page 45. There's an item which I haven't been able to get anyone to figure out why it's included or what it means. Midway through the page, it says, in accordance with alternative plan for the P3 concession agreement, transfer $47,000 and change in funds from the Century City Neighborhood Traffic Fund to the general fund. Do we have any idea what that's all about? Why we'd be transferring that money out?
With part of the alternative plan, there was a list of reductions that departments submitted in lieu of furloughs, and this was one of them.
Do we know on what basis that was chosen?
You know what, we will follow up. I believe this is probably a reimbursement for staffing costs on that particular project, but if I can give us a moment, we can follow up and get you the answer to that question shortly.
We do what? Can we ask that this item be excluded until you figure out what the justification was for it?
Which item is that?
That's the item to transfer $47,000 funds from the Century City Neighborhood Traffic Fund to the general fund.
And that's on page what?
On page 45.
Oh, 45.
You're on Con Ed, right?
Wei Yilao with the CEO's office. I'm the engineering analyst, but that item is related also to engineering's item. This is work that engineering and Con Ed performed on the project in the council office, and we've spoken to the council office that there is a history in council file index of city being reimbursed for their costs. So we're just going back and reimburse the city for the costs incurred.
I'm not sure I followed you in terms of what that meant.
This is a development project that both engineering and Con Ed worked on behalf of the council office. and they receive reimbursements. If you look at council file management, for I believe, I'm doing this from memory, the first 2 years, and then for whatever reason is stopped, there is cash in that fund to reimburse the city for the cost that has been incurred on this project. And it's for construction management, construction inspection, et cetera.
So it's money that is due the city.
I think what we will do, we will just double check with your staff and
Which
just
we
verify the
did.
numbers.
We did check this with your staff before we included it in the report. It was part of the previous report, and we did email the staff and tell them this is what we're doing, and it's consistent with what we do on other development projects to reimburse the city for its costs.
Okay, thank you.
If this is the 400.
Okay, for street lighting, just, I might be repeating myself. We have 184 from Community Development
Where are you
Trust.
now? What page?
I'm sorry, 49.
49.
Okay, thank you.
A second bullet down. Money from the Community Development Trust Fund to complete the Cypress Park Phase 2 and 3 lighting projects. $55,000 from the Banner Revenue Trust Fund to purchase application development laptops, server, software for the street banner permit and program maintenance system. $610,000 from the overtime account to the local transportation fund to assist in the construction of the San Fernando Bike Path Phase 2. This internal transfer is because they're now going to be constructing that with contractors. We have a
Just want to check that 610
10 from the overtime account.
Okay, the 610,000 that from the local transportation fund, is it going to be cheaper with the contractors or what? Why are we switching from the project will now be constructed with contractors? Do we know?
It says here those due to reimbursement issues with other agencies, but I cannot elaborate on that.
Janice Chang, Office of the CEO. The local transportation fund is managed by the Department of Transportation, and they work with other Department of Public Works bureaus, Bureau of Engineering, and Bureau of Street Services to issue contracts or to do the work. And street lighting had originally been tapped to do the lighting work on this, and I think there were some issues with the utilities, and the department isn't here to provide more information, but I can get a report back to you on that. There were some issues with dealing with the utilities and getting reimbursements for the work done. So the Bureau of Street Services and Engineering decided to manage a contract to get the work done instead.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
Okay, we have a transfer of $9,500 from the Maintenance Assessment Fund to the General Fund to reimburse city clerk ERIP payments. We have a transfer of $37,000 to the City Attorney's Office for printing and mailing costs as for part of the No Smoking Outdoor campaign, and a transfer of $30,000 to the Bureau's contractual services account for that same campaign. There was $50,000 provided, so there's a modification to a previous council motion required. And we also have a write-off of reserve fund loan of $1,316,000. The Community Development Trust Fund was incorrectly deposited to the Bureau General Fund receipts rather than the reserve fund.
That's 1 million, right? 316,000?
No, $1,316.
Okay, well, it says 1,000. Is it 1,000 or 11,000?
Is that what I said? 1,000.
Because it says 1,000.
Yeah, okay, we can make it more. No.
It's one, okay?
That.
All right.
For street services, there was a net year-end surplus of $16 million projected in special funds. The department has stated that it will not be able to meet its revised goal of 235 miles to resurface streets. This goal is the lowered goal that was made in the second FSR when the Bureau transferred $5.6 million to GSD to replace lost general fund appropriations. And this resulted in 16 fewer miles for the resurfacing program. The Bureau now reports that it will only be able to resurface 180 miles. Okay. As a consequence of this reduced work, savings will be realized to offset the city deficit. Okay. So just really quick for the recommendations, we have recommendations to transfer $1.7 million in total funds from the Subventions and Grants Fund to the Bureau for various projects. And that covers through several bullets to the second page. Then we have $6.1 million in various reappropriations, and that continues on to the last page. We also have a recommendation to transfer $7 million in Bureau of Street Services General and Construction Expense Account to the Gas Tax Street Improvement Fund to reimburse the general fund for related costs to offset the citywide deficit. Any questions? Okay.
I'd like street services to talk a little bit.
Okay.
And we're still with them, right? Or are we moving on?
They're right here.
Okay. Okay. Tell me about the furlough situation, how it's impacting. First, just start with the rains we had this weekend and all that, and what kind of calls you got, and what the energy was like on that. And were you able to meet the needs of the constituents?
Yes, Councilmember Rosendahl. Nazario Sauceda, Interim Director of the Bureau of Street Services. Relative to our recommendation to utilize $2.5 million of gas tax savings to exempt all the Bureau staff from the obligation of completing the furloughs. If I may, I would like to give you a 1-minute historical overview, so we're all on the same page. Sure. The stormy weather that we experienced during the month of December brought, of course, the much-needed water to the LA Basin. But in addition to bringing the water, it brought a lot of problems. It created a lot of problems as they pertain to more potholes, fallen trees, fallen limbs, of course, an increased need to clean our streets, and of course, mudslides in every corner of the city. As a result, the Bureau of Street Services received over 1,300 phone calls from the residents requesting all those core services, those needed services. We're talking back in December. Right. Obviously, these services impact the quality of life, impact, of course, the way we operate, and more than anything, relate to public safety core services. At that time, Councilmember Weiser introduced a motion instructing the CAO and the Bureau of Street Services to look for creative ways to increase the delivery of those core services. We went back to the drawing board, the Bureau of Street Services, and we determined that we had a surplus in our accounts, in our gas tax account. So we came back to the Public Works Committee, and we decided to offer $2.5 million of savings to offset our furlough obligation that at that time would be for 10 additional furlough days. At that time, we had completed 16 out of the 26 furlough days that we were obligated to complete. Time went by, and as of today, there are only 5 furloughs left. So the $2.5 million that we made available to you, to council, is now $1.2 million. And that $1.2 million will allow the Bureau, once again, to deliver those core services that residents are requesting, that your council offices are requesting. And once again, we fully understand the need to balance the budget, and the Bureau of Street Services is always part of the solution, never part of the problem. So we feel very confident in agreeing with the CAO and using the $7 million of gas tax money to balance the budget. Nevertheless, and in response to your requests, and we make this opportunity available to you of using $1.2 million to provide the much needed services that our residents are requesting at this point in light of the recent rains that we had over the weekend. Just so you know, from this morning until 12 noon today, we've had approximately 600 calls for service, over 150 on the last 1 hour. So the demand for services is there.
And what are they demanding? Is it the trees and the potholes?
Out of the 600,
the water?
400 are related to trees, 200 are related to streets.
Mm-hmm.
So yes, the needs are there. But once again, let me emphasize that We want to be part of the solution, and we want to make our surplus available to balance the budget. But once again, we present this option to you, to allow the Bureau of Street Services to fulfill the furlough obligation by paying $1.2 million and fulfill the obligation so all our operations and all our bureau could perform the services that the residents are expecting.
I appreciate that. Mr. Santana, could you explain where we're at in regards to him?
No, go ahead. Again, we appreciate the department's efforts to try to identify ways to maintain their core service and provide the much-needed activities that the residents of Los Angeles call for. We support the department in trying to eliminate those individuals who actually are engaged in street resurfacing work off of furloughs. And in the Personnel Committee, my office recommended that about $515,000 of the amount that's found in the surplus be immediately moved to the department so that they could take off those individuals off of street services, off of furloughs. The question is now, should we go further than that? And if you were to take all of the department, including its administrative staff, off of furloughs, it's approximately $1.6 million. If you were to take off just the field staff, it's about 1.3. You know, the challenge that we're facing is that we're still in the hole. And let me clarify, we're not asking you to use gas tax money and move it to the general fund. We're asking you to take out money that currently the general fund uses to subsidize part of the work in street services and get reimbursed for that. It still will result in a significant amount of general fund funding in the Department of Street Services, but this would help mitigate some of that subsidy that the general fund currently provides to that department. They've done a good job in having their costs be limited to special funds, but the general fund does still provide a contribution. The only issue I would raise that should we use more than the $500,000 of that general fund subsidy to the department to take the entire department off of furloughs, then what I would recommend is that part of the committee's work is to identify where else throughout the city should we make the comparable cuts to ensure that at the end of this process, the reserve fund is not the sole place.
Because your bottom line, you've been saying to us earlier, is that if we don't deal with it this way, a whole lot of other employees will take 5 more furlough days.
You know, your committee made it clear that you wanted us to come back with a solution that resulted in no additional furlough days and no additional layoffs.
Right.
And so my staff and I have been working very hard to find a way of doing that. And so we have to basically account for every penny. Anytime you take away from the pie that we offered, then you have to find an equivalent value of cut somewhere else. And furloughs, one of the ways we were able to take furloughs off the table, additional ones citywide, was by transferring those dollars into a citywide purpose.
Now, I have more questions, but obviously the chair of the
So
committee.
if I could understand this, then we're in a position where if we discontinue 5 additional furlough days for resurfacing and pothole repair, that will cost us $515,000.
That is correct, and we recommend that.
Councilman, just a clarification on the figures. We're assuming 6 furlough days. Street Services is assuming 5, I believe.
Okay.
So for 6 furlough days, that would be $515,000.
Okay. And if we want to add to that, taking people off furloughs who do tree trimming and street sweeping and some other ancillary Bureau of Street Services jobs to keep our roadways clean and safe, that's going to be 1.2, but the CAO said 1.6.
Once again, if we're talking about the entire department for 6 furlough days, that would be $1.6 million.
1.6.
That includes the administrative staff.
And what you're saying, the CAO, is, well, you're saying, fine, we could do that, but tell me where in the general fund we would find that additional money.
That's correct.
Right. But I think the council as a whole and this committee has been saying we want to go towards providing the core services that the city is supposed to provide. And we're in a discussion where we're saying, what are those core services?
That's right.
And I can't think of something that's more core service than trimming our trees and cleaning our streets. So, I mean, if we're going in that direction, this speaks to exactly what everybody's been talking about. I would say let's go that 1.6 and find that money elsewhere, because we're in the process of going to our core services. And with these rains that happen now, there's an emergency out there in the city of LA. How many calls do we get for tree trimming, for tree branches that fell?
We have received approximately 400 calls so far.
400 calls. So even if we weren't going through that exercise of identifying core services for the city and saying, yeah, we got to take down those branches that are causing damage and are dangerous to our residents, we got to clean our streets and have proper street sweeping. Even if we weren't doing that, there's a crisis out there. There's an emergency out there. If we take more people off furloughs now and allow them to go out there and do that right now, I think it's worth the money. I don't know if this committee is willing to go in that direction right now, but if you could give us some options about how to do that by the time this comes to council on Wednesday, and then we could make that, see what that trade-off is. You know, if the full council could say, yeah, we do want to provide core services, and we have an emergency out there right now, let's just do it. What's the difference between 515 and 1.6 million, whatever that is. If the CAO could come back to us on Wednesday and identify what options we have to fill that gap, that is a core service. I think we might want to do that, especially in light of these rains. So if we could get a report back from the CAO by Wednesday when this comes to full council about what options are there to fill in this gap, should the council want to go in that direction.
So what I'm hearing you ask for is for an alternative set of cuts that equal the same amount, so that at the end we're not relying on the reserve fund as the sole place to take it from.
Exactly, and I mean, or we might just take it from the reserve fund. The reserve fund is there for a purpose in times of emergencies, and we have one right now. We have 500 calls for people talking about limbs that are possibly dangerous or causing problems out there. We may want to just take it from the reserve. Taking it from the reserve is an option, in addition to other cuts, but you're going to have to explain that to the full council about whether that makes sense or not. And so going back when Public Works, when we suggested the 2.5, the Bureau of Street Services was thinking that gas tax, you saw no use for it at the time, right? You said, oh, we have this additional money here, but now the CAO came back later and said, no, we're going to put that in the reserve. So at that time, you thought that money was available, correct?
That is correct. It is still available, and we identified $16 million of surplus.
Of surplus?
Surplus, yes.
So how do we, the CAO says that the general fund subsidizes the work you do there, but there's $60 million in surplus. So how do we consolidate or I'm having a hard time understanding those 2 points. We have $60 million surplus, but the CAO is saying that general fund usually subsidizes the work that Bureau of Street Services does.
John Chavez with the CAO. Councilman, there are about 8 special funding sources that Street Services has. Not all of those special funding sources cover direct and indirect cost. For example, the gas tax we're talking about right now only covers 50 to 60% of indirect and direct cost. As a result of that, the general fund has to subsidize the difference. So I think that's a very important point, is not all, while Street Services is largely special funded, not all of the special funds cover 100% of the direct and indirect costs.
Okay. And now going back to the CEO, Miguel, you know, that difference between 515 and 1.6 million, if that doesn't go to the reserve, what's the cost of that? What's the harm in not getting that to the reserve? Again, how does that affect our bottom line for the reserve fund?
Well, again, our report reflects a 190 reserve fund. The reserve fund should be at 230 to be at your set policy of 5% of general fund receipts. Throughout Every time a bond rating agency submits a bond rating, they continuously have cited the use of the reserve fund as one of the reasons why in the last year we got downgraded twice. There's a policy that's a policy that your council has. And again, I think you said it well when it's about an issue of deciding what your core service is, that it would be helpful for us to get clarification from the council as a whole, everyone defines core services a little differently. And if there was a consensus around what those are, certainly, you made a convincing argument as to how this work is. Some people would argue that cultural affairs is a core service. We had a 45-minute discussion around public safety, around police hiring, just for a very short period of time. So we will come back with options should that be what you've asked. But again, the reserve fund is still below where it should be.
Got it. And finally, my last point on this is the gas tax was intended to provide for services such as the ones that we're talking about, right? Street cleaning, keeping our roads clean and safe, and making sure branches are not on there, tree branches, et cetera. And we're changing that to the reserve, which we do all the time, but this is an instance where I think it may make sense just to find other alternatives or to take the hit on a lower reserve fund and see if we could find it elsewhere. But I'll make that case. I think I'm convinced that we should go up to the 1.6 million, but once the full council sees that all those options, I'm convinced that we probably should find another alternative.
Let me just comment on one thing. I think, Mr. Huizar, that issue was dealt with. I think Mr. Rosendahl is going to get a report back. But the direction we gave the CAO before we got to this report was to not give anyone any more furloughs above the 26. And that's why he spread the money out. So if we go back to the option of moving the 1.6 or the 1.9 into street services, somebody will end up with a furlough somewhere. And so it's a matter of one department over another. And I think the issue was another direction we gave is because of the potential $300 million plus deficit next year, our goal is to have as large a reserve fund as possible. And so we're at 191, about $28 million short of where we think we should be. And we're also aware that the potential of funds that we're expecting coming in as a shortfall and departments maybe not staying within budget. And so that's all the pieces that we've asked them to keep in play. And again, we could satisfy one department, but again, some other department getting 5 more furloughs will be at that podium the day they were implemented saying, why us? Yeah. And so we tried to get through the mid-year without going over 26 for anyone.
Yeah. But that's one option. The other option is other redirections in the budget.
Well, the thing is you can redirect it, but the issue is you will be digging a bigger hole somewhere else, whether it's reserve funds.
And with these emergencies, these rains, I think what I'm arguing is that we can make a case to say, we need to take care of those 500 calls that came in, and so that's, but that's, whether we have other departments take additional furloughs is one option. There's other alternatives as well that I'm asking the CAO to come back to on Wednesday about. Yeah.
No, I'm just saying the issue on the reserve fund is as critical as we get ready for trans for July 1st and a few other things. And if you read the information Ms. Gruhl put together that talked about why we have bond ratings the way they are, every one of them talks about our reserve fund and the stability of our reserve fund. So we shouldn't take that lightly, particularly when there are costs that we do not know what's going to occur. Just in a matter of a week or so, our revenues dropped $20 or $30 million, and there's an expectation they could drop again. Those are all basically Band-Aids to solve some of those issues. And so,
if I could, go ahead first.
Perhaps we could, excuse me. Perhaps we could look at something that was somewhere in between. If we could identify what it would cost specifically to respond to some of the emergencies that we've had, tree trims that are down, tree branches that are down that we need to trim and remove, et cetera, and look at that percentage of the 1.6 it might be something that was more digestible, but would still resolve some of the large asphalt repairs that have popped up and major tree trimming, and that might, I have no idea what that would add up to, but it might be 400,000 instead of 1.6. So at least we would have addressed the greater emergencies, but not created a huge additional hole. So I don't know if we could also ask for you to come back with that kind of recommendation as well.
And if I could just build on that a little bit, Mazario, today is a furlough day for how many folks, and how is that backlogging people who've called in about trees that have fallen on the street or something like that?
Well, certainly, every time that we have a furlough, what happens is we leave, last night, for example, we had 3 or 4 major trees that collapsed in the middle of the street. I mean, we were working real late on Reseda, Victoria Boulevard, Chimneys, quite a few locations, including Sunset Boulevard and Beverly Glen. I mean, those streets had to be open right there and then. So basically, our response consisted in cutting the tree and stacking everything right there on the Parkway area. Now, how soon are we going to come back and remove all those trees that we left on the Parkway? They all depend. Our response depends on the ability to, again, number one, have the necessary staff to perform the work, and secondly, to invest the necessary time to respond quickly. Furloughs will certainly reduce significantly working our furlough days will significantly reduce our response time. In a very similar ways, if our pothole trucks are capable or able to work on a furlough day, they will be able to at least complete approximately 900 small asphalt repairs. So every day that we work on a furlough day, there's a significant, a delivery of services.
Is there any flexibility with that with you? If, like the rains we just had, if we get more, here a weather report, we might get 2 or 3 more rains in the next 10 days or so, if that's true. Bringing people back in a temporary sense, or is that just unable to do? You don't have that flexibility if it's a real emergency, which sometimes I obviously think it is a real emergency if a tree's in the street or if it hit the car or,
Some of the things that we're doing, of course, is, as you remember, we lost a significant number of employees from our urban forestry division last year who became transitional workers in resurfacing now. Right. Now, these individuals are responding to emergencies, but subsequently, they are not part of the resurfacing operation today, and therefore, there's an impact in our pavement preservation program. That's why, even if we try to respond to emergencies, there's an impact somewhere else.
Saying that, I got emails this morning from a constituent on the Silver Strand where the water level is pretty significant right now. Would that be something you would be looking at right now if you weren't on furlough? Because they're calling me and they're saying, we can't move around.
That is correct.
Okay. Would you specifically look into that one for me?
Yes, I will.
And get a report back on the Silver Strand and the Venice area there. Okay.
If I may ask one clarifying question so we're clear on the report back, Councilman Huizar, is the target, yes, I have one question. Is the target that we have, is it your goal to take the entire department off of furloughs, including the administrative staff, or just the line workers who because those are 2 different numbers. If it's for everybody, it's about 1.6, and the value of that is 1 additional furlough day for the rest of the city for those employees that are currently on 26 days. And if it's for the field staff only, it's 1.3.
Well, that's up to, if the field staff needs that support staff to do its work, we have to look at that. That's the real question here, that we need the field staff out there to be able to get us through this emergency.
Councilman, we were working with street services the last couple of weeks on this issue. There are some administrative people in that field staff category that support the pothole repair crews and the deployment of staff. So it does include some people who would traditionally be called administrative, but we need them at the call centers, for instance, to call and to direct people where to go. So it does include some administrative people as well.
Okay, yeah, we could look at that.
Yeah, Mr. Santana, I'd hope that your report back would be not biased toward any of the motion, but say here's just options A, B, C, so the council will have a clear choice to look at.
Right.
So if
That's
those are
correct.
people that say, I don't want to go to the reserve fund, well, I can look at these other choices. So
That's
your choice would be, your recommendation would be one, his would be another, and so on.
That's correct. I mean, trust me when I say we literally went through every possible way. We'll look at it again. I think the fact that we got to almost $50 million with no new furloughs and layoffs is, says a lot about my staff. Frankly, the easiest way is just to add that one additional furlough day across the board, but for everyone currently on 26 days, but we'll see what other options we have.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to come in as a response to the discussion that Mr. Weezer just brought forward as the preferential report back.
I got it.
Okay.
Any more
They always
questions on
provide
street
objective
services? Okay, next.
Are we ready for Recreation and Parks?
Pardon?
Are we ready for the next department?
Yes.
Okay. Recreation and Parks is projected to complete the year with a $3 million surplus due to the continued managed hiring process, which will be used to offset budgeted expenses and potential revenue shortfalls. There is a recommendation to reduce the general fund appropriation to Rec and Parks by $2.8 million, and then to request the board to offset that amount in their salaries general account. And then this $2.8 million would be transferred to the UB Reserve for Economic Uncertainty to address the citywide deficit. Transportation, the department will complete the year within budget. They have miscellaneous recommendations for the OP plan and the alternative plan that were already approved by council, as well as a $3.9 million ARA appropriation, Measure R. And for treasurer, we have a year-end surplus of $76,000 projected for the treasurer's office. There is a deficit in their bank fee account, so we have recommendations to transfer funds per the alternative plan, recommendations to make the bank fee account almost whole, except for a $154,000 deficit. The zoo will complete the year with a surplus of $700,000 in savings from managed hiring and existing vacancies. The revenue is below budget due to inclement weather, so we'll hold this to reserve the surplus to address the revenue shortfall. And that concludes the department discussion.
Let me just ask one thing. Do we have any idea on Rec and Park what the impact of the $2.8 million funds that are not recommended to go forward?
No, there's no impact that we have right now. They do have a $3 million surplus, and their revenue shortfall is about $253,000. So there's at least some money there, but I can't speak to the impact.
Let me just ask Rec and Park, come up quickly and let us know what impact the 2.8 will make on your services.
Good afternoon. Regina Adams, Executive Officer for Recreation and Parks. This $2.8 million reduction in our budget, and as it states in the report, is for us to take back to our board to reduce our full-time salaries account. With that, there will be impacts. We did project that we were going to have a surplus, but we also had stated that we needed the surplus to help offset revenues that are not coming in as targeted. And also, too, right now we need to prepare for the summer programming. With this reduction, we will immediately, as I had stated before, we will immediately cease and desist in stop the public buildings landscaping. That is not a core function for us. Our core function is for us to maintain our own facilities and parks. And so if this reduction goes through, as we have stated before, that will be something that we'll immediately stop doing. We need to take our resources and we need to get ready for the summer, and we also need to use our resources to help us prepare and move people around as needed to also absorb this cut.
Let me ask you, is this part of your as-needed staff for summer?
This here was taken from our full-time salaries account, so to say we're going to have to go back and move some funds around. Because originally the reduction was to cover two things. One of it was to take the money from the as-needed account, but now it's coming from our full-time salaries account.
Okay, now, have you created the cluster program you talked to us about a year ago?
We have already started implementing the cluster programming, and we are going to move it forward even further in it. But it's very challenging for us. I mean, right now we've lost hundreds of employees, And so we've been trying and trying and trying. We keep, regrouping, and we've also just recently reorganized the department. We keep trying to absorb as many things as possible, but we're at the point now where this is a critical point, and the public will start to see impacts.
Let me ask you, so I'm clear on the dollars. You have a $3 million surplus. How is that different money than the 2.8 we're not giving you? Why can't that just merely be shuffled to that shortfall?
No, we had already planned on having some of this for the shortfall. What I'm saying is that this here, even though $3 million projected surplus in our full-time salaries account, however, we were planning on using some of that to cover some of the deficits that we had already reported.
Okay. So there's deficits that you're moving it around to cover.
Correct.
So this just adds, okay, I see what you're saying. Do you have an idea how much of those deficits that you were planning out of the $3 million? Was it all of it, or do you still have some left to cover this 2.8?
Veronica Salumbidas with the Office of the CAO. Our third financial status report is based on December information, and on the report, the department indicated that they're going to be $253,000 short in revenue, and in their February report, they adjusted that to $3.2 million. Our recommendation is that we look at the department's revenue stream. We are not recommending any adjustments to the revenue projection at this time.
Okay, but I just want to know, the $3 million that's surplus, how much of that is spoken for, and how much of it could cover the 2.8 that is not forthcoming?
The $3 million is what we're recommending to offset the $2.8 million reduction.
All right, so that's what you're recommending?
Yes.
Okay, now what other deficits were they trying to cover before that recommendation was made?
Potentially, there could be revenue shortfall.
Okay, so additional revenue shortfall.
That is correct. But we're not recommending making any adjustments to the revenue projection at this time.
Okay, thank you.
What we want to do is we closely monitor the revenue streams to the end of the fiscal year and make recommendations should that be necessary.
Okay, thank you very much. Any other questions, Rec and Park? Okay, next.
So we discussed the other departments. We can go on to non-departmental.
Let me just ask, I must have phased. You went through transportation?
I did, but I can go through that again.
No,
I went really quickly.
Okay. Treasurer, so you've hit all of the departments.
Mm-hmm.
Colleagues, any questions on the 4 remaining departments? If not, then we go to special accounts.
Okay, we have a surplus in the Attorney Conflict Panel Special Fund of $450, which we're recommending to transfer to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty. And I'm sorry, that's on page 56. We have reimbursements of $2.3 million from Storm Damage Repair Fund, which we're recommending to be used to pay down debt service for MICLA. Also, we have $18 million in reversion funds that were identified as part of the 10-11 reserve fund estimate. We're recommending early reversion. Previously, we identified 10.1 as part of the alternative plan. We're recommending increasing that to the full 18. So that's part of our $8 million solution for this report, and we recommend transferring that amount to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty. Also, as part of the alternative plan, we identified $2 million in capital improvement expenditure projects that could be used to offset the citywide deficit, so this is the recommendation to transfer those funds to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty. For general city purposes funds, we have a $3.8 million surplus in various accounts. We recommend transferring those to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty to address the citywide deficit. And we also have a miscellaneous recommendation to spend from the General City Purposes Fund to make payments to a retired employee.
Okay. One question for you. I just missed it when I was talking to someone else. On CIEP,
yes,
there was $1.658 million set aside for contaminated soil removal. That was a project that's in Chatsworth Park South, which we're waiting for the California DTSC to give us the ruling on. So we set that money aside. CAO, could you contact the Department of Toxic Substance Control, California, to see if they're ready to issue that notice to us? Because once they issue it, we must clean it. So I don't want to sweep the money we get the notice in the next week, and then now we don't have the money.
And just to clarify, this was prior year funds or money for this year? Because we're sweeping prior year funds.
This was, well, it was put in the budget a year ago
Okay.
pending DTSC, so it's been kind of on a holding pattern. So, we're going to have it sooner or later, it's just whenever the state tells us.
Hi, Councilman. Alma Gibson with the CAO's office. I do want to mention that the Recreation and Parks is awaiting for the remediation work action plan to be completed. It's my understanding it'll be completed by June, and by then we will know the magnitude of the cost for the Chatsworth remediation-led cleanup. In the meantime, what we're recommending is to sweep some funds from the contamination soil account within the CIEP from prior years.
Okay.
Once that money is swept, that account will be left with approximately $1 million within the current year to be able to provide for continual remediation of contaminated soils throughout the city, as well as we will be recommending approximately $800,000 for the next year, fiscal year, to be able to accommodate those kinds of
Very good.
costs.
Okay, I just want to make sure we didn't take the money and then not have it when they tell us we have to clean it up, so that's good. Thank you.
Okay, for human resources benefit, there is deficits in their civilian flex account and the supplemental benefit account, so we have internal transfer of approximately 10.7 million in savings, and then additionally we have another 2.9 million transfer to the UB Reserve for Economic Uncertainty to address the citywide deficit. The liability claims account is okay. The reserve fund we've discussed.
Let me just ask on Flex, did we do something recently to stabilize that?
Get rid of it.
Yes, there were some adjustments that were made to the civilian flex program. However, the savings won't be realized until next fiscal year.
But that's in place?
Yeah, in fact, you may have received a notice about basic changes to the plan that went out recently. So you'll see those savings next year.
But part of the reduction for this year is the 5% contribution that EAA is making towards a premium.
Okay, for the special parking revenue fund, we're recommending recognizing a surplus of 14 million in the account and transferring that to the reserve fund, and from the reserve fund transferring 4 million to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty to address the citywide deficit.
Yeah. I sat here all day
Next
long
one.
for you to bring that one up. Let me just say this. We have a pending meeting with Budget and Finance and Transportation about the larger 5-year report. All I'd asked you to do on this is that I don't want to mess up your numbers. I know the 10 million is something that's already spoken for, was part of the earlier budget, but for at least temporarily, that you look at the 4 million as alone as the current ordinance until we can have that budget meeting. And when you go back to page 19, that we not move forward on those ordinances and things like that until we can have that meeting.
So you're just talking about striking 41D, I think?
It's I think page 19 where you list all the things you want to do with special parking revenue, and you talk about an ordinance and the wording and all that. Just hold that until we can have this joint meeting. But again, show that 4 million as a loan, at least temporarily, so it won't mess up your numbers.
Including the 1 million from the P3?
Well, the P3 that's still, was that special parking revenue?
Yes, it was, but that was, you had already put it aside to spend it for the P3.
All right, then make it 3 then.
Thank you.
All right, okay. Make it 3. But just make that as a loan until we can resolve it. Okay.
All right, then for the unappropriated balance, there's about 25,000 that was set aside in the general account, 12,000 remains. As for the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty, we are transferring in about 85.7 million from various funds and departments, but we're transferring out 11.4 million to the police department. This leaves a balance of 74.3 million. So we have several recommendations to transfer money from the service mitigation account, animal shelters, and the library, rec and parks volunteer line item, the flex benefit line item, the budget balancing line item, and the early retirement line item to the Reserve for Economic Uncertainty. And that concludes the recommendations.
Okay. All right. Colleagues, any questions on any of the attachments before we move forward on this report? Let me just say that if we could, a couple of items to make sure that we've covered in the fact that we have a report back regarding the planning subsidy on the single-family residences. A report back requested by Mr. Weezer, Mr. Rosendahl regarding the street services issue on furloughs and options. Mr. Smith has added instruction regarding police hiring for the end of this fiscal year and also starting next fiscal year. And then Mr. Rosendahl asked for a report back on the Silver Strand. And so those are the ones I received. Also, the instruction I just gave on SPRF that we show $3 million as a loan until we can resolve the 5-year plan issue with the upcoming meeting. And let me just ask if Karen and Monique, if we can make sure shortly we have Schedule H on one of our budget meetings so we can track. I'd really like to track these ordinances that are revenue producing. It appears just on this report we have to have a couple of $1 million of lost revenue because of late ordinances, and understand we have at least 2 ordinances that are not completed, and that's on like attachment 17 or something like that.
We've been working with the city attorney to make sure that we've covered all those, so we'll have an update for you real soon.
Okay, so if we can look at that. Colleagues, any other things as far as report back? Okay, so we can move this report with these amendments, and the schedule is what, Wednesday?
That's correct.
Okay, for the council Wednesday. Now, that should move that item. The last item we have is number 9. And I have no intention if we're going to make any decisions today, but we have a number of cards, if we can bring them up. But we'd like you to give us an overview of the first 20 pages. But I think if we could deal with this more reasonably by rescheduling a single-purpose meeting to look at these 50 recommendations and then give you direction. What I was thinking is that once we give you direction, once you come back with those policy committees that are involved, we can look at how we can schedule a joint meeting, and maybe you can cluster some of these if they are the type of things that we can deal with in personnel, so we can bring all of the personnel items or public safety, things like that, that we can not have to overrun our time, because a lot of this, as you stated in the report, we need to get done before our budgetary process starts, so we don't have a large timeline. So
we'll work with the CLA.
Okay, while you're getting ready for number 9, let me call on some folks who've sat here patiently. Mr. Charles Leone, Paul Castro. Now, I don't have a name on this, but it's from, is it Ziva International as an organization? Dave Zada, Greg Day. Would you come up to the podium and get in line? You can start.
Thank you so much, sir, for your time this morning, your honorable body, to hear out the challenges, of course, that our city faces in this discussion about core services and the discussion about resources to be able to fund those core services. Again, we understand that there are these challenges that exist, but there are these core services that your constituents rely on every single day. They drive on those core services. They live, work, and play on those core services. Moments ago, this body, unfortunately, was told information that just is not true. It is a CAO who doesn't have to take those constituent phone calls that your office does have to take. It's a CAO that's trying to pit workers against each other. If you all believe, even for a minute, that if you were to take street services off of furloughs and somehow that's going to add an additional furlough day to the remaining workforce, that is just absolutely incorrect. The challenges that we face before us certainly are grand. There are funding sources that street services has, such as gas tax. When I pump my car and put the gas taxes to the city of Los Angeles, that gas tax is to be used for road repair. When I passed Measure R back in 2008 as a resident of Los Angeles, that was money that was supposed to be put towards road repair. Our infrastructure is in shambles. Our streets are the second worst in the nation. Our workers, the option that you're being told is that the only way we can make up that cost by taking street services off of furloughs is by adding an additional furlough day to the remaining workforce. That just is absolutely is untrue. We're asking that your body see through this. We're asking that you exert the leadership that is needed. We're asking that you return the core services that your constituents rely and depend on to full strength. The coalition understands, obviously, that there are citywide challenges, but with relation to street services, your districts, some of your districts have seen fallen trees. Some of your districts have seen debris, have seen bulky items resurfacing miles that aren't going to get complete, potholes that are going to be riddled up and down. You already heard up until noon that there were 600 phone calls. Imagine what it's going to be, how many phone calls we will be getting tonight at 6 p.m. when you do your next meeting in West LA. These are core services your residents depend on. It's only April, May, and June that they would be off of furloughs. You have the capacity to take them off of furloughs. We're asking that you come through for the residents and for street services. Their budget has been cut, street services budget, by 55% in the last 3 years. They have done more than their share to address the citywide problems we face. Please come through street services this time. They've certainly been there for the city.
Thank you very much. Paul Castro, Dave Zada, Greg Day, is it Mario Resino, Terrence Hinson, Gwendolyn Grays, Mary Sutton, and is it Jopi Caselio? Okay, we'll add those to the record, and we can start with item 9. Before we get to 9, let me just, we have some documents that are technical changes by the CAO and CLA. We'll make sure that we get those to you for number 4.
Okay. Before you is it's a comprehensive report that my staff prepared in collaboration with the CLA, the mayor's office, and some of your staff to basically provide the council and the mayor as many options that we can think about it in terms of dealing with not only next year's budget crisis, but the years that we're projecting out. The intention here is to do exactly that, is to provide you options. In total, you know, there's over $500 million worth of options that are before you. You can't all add them up because some overlap, but in total, we sought to do that. We are not alone in this difficult time that we're facing. Nearly every major city, not just in California, but throughout the country, is facing a similar crisis. And in our report, we sort of give you a glimpse of what Chicago, Newark, Costa Mesa, and other cities are encountering. What I often hear from some of my colleagues is that in many ways we're slightly better off than some of the other cities, because 2 years ago we decided to move forward on addressing our shortfall as opposed to relying exclusively on one-time options like pension obligation bonds or the selling of our meters, et cetera, as other jurisdictions did. What this report also does, it provides a framework that builds upon the 3-year plan for financial sustainability that your council adopted a year ago. That plan includes 4 major principles: responsible management and fiscal practices, focus on core services, alternative service delivery models, and maintaining a sustainable workforce. Sort of central to all of these 4 recommendations is a continued effort by your council to continue reducing the size of the workforce based on the work that you've been doing so far. On page number 3, there's a chart that compares the last 10 years of the size of the workforce. And one of the things that most people don't realize is that today we have a workforce that's smaller than what it was when Mayor Reardon was mayor over 10 years ago. Because our city has maintained a continuous effort to live within our means within the last 2 years, our credit ratings, while have slipped, continue to be in a solid place. And if you look at in comparison to other major cities, we still rank in the top 10, the top 7 of credit ratings, with a AA- minus for Fitch, AA2 in Moody's, and a AA- minus in S&P. If you read the various reports that they've issued, they provide us a blueprint of what we need to do for the future to ensure that we're not facing a constant crisis. They argue that we should continue to protect the reserve fund, that we should engage in adopting solutions for the long-term drivers that are creating the deficits, They asked that we engage in successful planning, and they were very supportive of the 3-year plan that you adopted last year. The challenges that lie ahead are daunting, and if you look on page 6 of the report, it provides you a glimpse of what deficits we are expected to see. It's been reported multiple times that next year's anticipated deficit is $350 million. We stated in the last FSR we're expecting it to go up an additional $30 to $50 million based on a slight decline in revenue and an increase in some expenditures. But even after we saw for next year, which I'm confident we will, that deficit goes up an additional $100 million the following year, $513 million in 13-14, and then all the way up to $550 in year 14-15. So what this demonstrates is that what we're facing is a structural problem. This is not a one-time problem that could be resolved overnight. It's going to involve a long-term plan to continue to reduce expenditures and identify ways to increase our revenue. The drivers, of course, are listed on page 7 and beyond. You know, one of the most striking comparisons, if you compare the size of our workforce with a similar chart that shows how much our budget has grown in the last 10 years, you'll see that our budget has continued to grow, but our workforce has declined, meaning that the workforce that we currently have today is more expensive than the workforce we had 10 years ago without necessarily having built the capacity of it. The drivers are, of course, in our people, and 80% of our budget goes to our people because we are in the service industry, and those are driven by our compensation, and we project out what our anticipated compensation is for the coalition, which make up over 60% of our workforce. It's driven by our health care, which has grown by 10% each year for the last 10 years and is expected to continue on that trajectory. And of course, on our pension costs, and our pension costs being the most significant of all the drivers, not just as it relates to pensions, but also becoming more and more difficult is our contribution towards retiree health care. Overall, this report provides a series of recommendations in all 4 areas, and I won't go through every one, but I'll give you a summary of them. In terms of the first related to responsible management and fiscal practices, we continue to argue, as do our bond rating agencies, that maintaining a strong reserve fund is critical, and we recommend that we seek to reach our goal of 5% of general fund receipts by the end of the next fiscal year by setting aside 50% of all new one-time revenue that we encounter to the reserve fund until we hit that mark. We also recommend that we move forward and do what we've been doing, and that is make those programs and departments that receive a significant amount of special funds or targeted funds, try to make them self-sufficient with those funds. And we list out some examples where we've begun that process and continue to do that. The other recommendation we make is that we look at every source of funding that we intentionally on our own set aside through an ordinance and suspend those policies for a period of time, and then appropriate those dollars, even if it's consistent with how they're appropriate now, targeting culture or a variety of other programs that we provide, but allow us the process to look at those specific programs in contrast to other priorities that we may have, much like the discussion that we just had around street services. And in addition to that, we begin more aggressively in consolidating some of the administrative and core functions. You know, one of the things as a result of reducing the size of the workforce by 4,000 positions over a 2-year period, we lost the support for human resources, for accounting, for a number of administrative functions that are critical in keeping the city, regardless of its size, moving forward. And so part of what our recommendation is that we begin the process of strengthening those areas by bringing them together, in particular around human resources and others. When it comes to the future, we know that we have to, as I indicated, continue moving forward and reducing the size of the workforce. And as we receive one-time money, whether it's federal or state or grants, we should make every effort to try to use that money through contracts and through other mechanisms that doesn't add to the workforce. The worst thing we could do is to build up our workforce assuming a particular growth based on one-time revenue, and once those dollars are gone, we're left with a workforce that is no longer supported by a specific fund. So we're recommending we strengthen our contract and practices and policies so that we could move forward in that direction more aggressively. Now, everything in this report, if you were to adopt every single recommendation in here, the reality is that you still will have a problem in the future. And so one of the things that's very clear is that the identification of new revenue has to be part of any solution we come up with in the next 3 years. And so we're recommending that you direct the CLA in my office to begin that process of identifying opportunities for new revenue and bring them back to you prior to 2012's election. The second area is really engaging in the conversation, as Councilman Weezer started, around what our core services are. And so it's a very basic process. To simply asking ourselves of virtually every function that we do, is this something that's critical to the city? Is it something that only we could do? If other people could do it, how can we support that work? And if at the end of the day we're the only ones that could do it, how can we do it more efficiently? And so we provide some recommendation of areas where we could begin that process. At the end of the day, our budget may continue to reflect the same priorities as they do now, but they will be supported by a discussion and a setting of priorities that makes it clear as to why we maintain a healthy cultural affairs program, why we maintain a certain level of funding in fire and police, et cetera. The other major area that we're looking at and recommending is that we identify alternative ways of engaging in the same work we're doing today. This is not just about saving costs. Cost is one of the things, because obviously if we provide a service and it's done with workers that are not city employees, that means that there's not an additional health care or pension cost to the city. But it also is, we're recommending this because in some cases we could actually enhance services in the community and bring services to a neighborhood that currently are not having them or are at great risk of losing them. And so we offer a number of different areas of recommendations where that can be done. If you look at the shelter out in the San Fernando Valley that was recently built and has never been in full operation, that's a shelter that is being underutilized as a warehouse of animals. We believe we could partner with a nonprofit organization and actually bring greater services to that community. Last year you directed us to issue an RFI. We did so, and we have one particular entity that's very interested in moving forward in that direction. The outcome would be is that a shelter that is currently underutilized will be in full operation, and it will be done under somebody else's nickel. The other area of looking at alternative service delivery models is that there's some functions that we believe could be performed better, more effectively by a private operator. Or there are assets that could be maximized if a private operator engaged in them. We had that conversation around the parking garages. At the end of the day, your council voted not to move forward on it, but I think there was a general consensus that as a city, we could do a much better job or find a different model to maintain those garages. Similar conversations could be done around the convention center and other programs. And then the final piece is, of course, looking at our workforce itself. And if we look at the kind of benefits that we provide and salaries we provide and project them out for the future based on the growth that we're expecting to see in revenue, which frankly will be slowly improving, but will probably take another 7 to 10 years to finally get to where they were in 2008. we are recommending that we begin the process of managing our workforce differently. As we begin to continue to reduce the workforce, there is a way of doing it without managed hiring. You know, one of the things that frustrates departments is that they go into managed hiring and they make a case, well, I have the budget in my account that pays for these 10 people that I'm asking to hire. And the job of managed hiring is not only to determine if that is true, but also ask, do they have the funding for the related costs and all the other costs related to having that person work for the city. If we were to change the business model where a general manager was 100% accountable for the workforce that they have, then managed hiring, frankly, wouldn't have to exist. Because they would basically self-regulate the workforce and be able to live within their means, knowing that they're 100% accountable for their salaries, health care, and all the other costs associated to that individual. And so that's a model that we recommend you direct us to start exploring and developing, and say, as one of my colleagues often says, is let managers manage.
Thank you.
The other way is as a way of increasing capacity, we're recommend, but at the same time not expanding the workforce, we're recommending that we continue to use as-needed employees, part-time workers, and 120-day retirees as a way of increasing our capacity, particularly those areas that are sensitive to the economy, like planning and building and safety, without building up a workforce that during the next downfall we have to maintain and be in a situation of potential layoff. In the area of health care and workers' comp, we believe that we've established a model working with labor to bring down the cost of health care among the civilian workforce. We adopted a series of co-pay changes that will now be reflected in the next year's budget as a result of sharing in that cost. We're recommending we build on that model, and that you as a council establish a target each year for how much savings should be achieved. We believe the target of expecting no growth in our health care as a city's contribution in budget to budget is a reasonable one, and we're recommending at least 2 or 3 years of that. And we also recommend that you direct the Office of Personnel to move forward in developing a 5-year plan to start reducing the workers' compensation, and that those annual targets be established and those be reflected in the budget. As it relates to pension reform, there's been a lot of talk about that, and there's 2 primary ways. If you read the Little Hoover's report that recently came out on the pension issue statewide, they make 2 cases. One is that a new tier is necessary for new employees, and recommend a new tier and provide specific criteria for that. And 2, they recommend that every jurisdiction find a way to have current employees contribute more towards pension and retiree health care costs. Both of those fall under pension reform, and both of them are equally as important. If we had every employee, for example, contribute towards retiree health care, which is a benefit that we currently provide and we don't pay for as employees, it would provide an immediate relief to the city. In turn, we can then provide a level of assurance that that benefit will remain in the future. Without that contribution, we're forced in a situation where we have to cap that benefit. And what part of our recommendation is, in fact, capping the benefit at the existing level, and unless employees start contributing to it, so that the growth will continue to cover the individuals that they're willing to pay for. The other areas, of course, we recommend a new pension tier that has been approved by EERC. It requires employees to contribute more, both in the pensions as well as retiree health care, and work longer to receive similar benefits that current employees receive. And then the final area is that we believe we need to make a commitment as a city that when we encounter good times again, that we will continue making our normal cost contribution, that we not engage in a practice of future pension holidays, which in turn creates, doesn't allow us to benefit and equalize the ups and downs of the economy. And then the final two areas, of course, is related to long-term workforce compensation planning, making sure that any new future agreements are within the context of a 10-year plan that look at projected growth and look at the disparities that exist within the different compensation levels within the city workforce. Then ultimately, one of the things that's very clear is that in order to get through the next few years, as we have in the last two, furloughs continue to be a very strong likelihood. The deficits that we're encountering in the next 3 to 5 years are so significant that it's hard to imagine having them all be done with cuts alone. And you've heard both the CLA talk about how when you look at all of the things that we have to pay for, you look at public safety, which is what most of you define as a core area, what remains is approximately $700 to $800 million. And so imagine absorbing a $500 million deficit in that area. It's impossible. So furloughs are very likely to be recommended year after year because our city will continue to be in crisis after crisis. There is a way out of it, and that way is if we negotiate them out through concessions, through a variety of different areas, and we believe it's possible. And so I'd like to personally thank my staff who, in addition to putting together this very comprehensive report, provided a series of specific white papers that discuss every recommendation in the report I just discussed, but also had to do it in the context of putting together the third-year FSR, as well as the mayor's budget, which we're in the final 2 weeks. And so with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions. We have a PowerPoint that I won't go through, but we'll go through it tonight at the evening meeting.
Okay. Let me just say this. I think certainly a number of the recommendations, and I would assume the first 20 some odd pages are like the principles that the 50 recommendations are guided by. And so I think it would be important that we give it sufficient time by having maybe a single-purpose meeting. We'd ask Karen and Monique to put that together, and we can go through each one and give direction or clarification. Just a couple of things. I think I was thinking about this whole issue as you spoke at the CCA the other day. Everybody says core, and everybody nods, and everybody has a different opinion of what they are. And so what I was wondering is whether we could bring some clarity if we looked at the city charter or maybe the state charter and look at what the specific mandates are for city government. That would at least give us a start to say this is basically by law what we're obligated to do, and then the interpretation starts right after you put it on a sheet of paper as to what's not there, what does that inclusive of. That may be, and the charter may be the best source to say, as a city, what are we obligated to do, and then everything else flows from there. But then it'd be a lot. There's still going to be a lot of debate. The thing is, at least you have a core of core responsibilities that we can start from. So that would be the one recommendation I would make. The other one, just and this is let one of my biases in, is that when you discuss that issue of subsidy and set-asides, I think the dilemma that I have is that if you go back and look at how council offices use that money and then assess could they ever get those things done in the budget, then you get a clear idea of why there's set-asides and subsidies, because to sit there and try to figure out on a given day a budget process of getting a sidewalk fixed or an alley or solve some unique issue in your district, you will be here a long time trying to get that done as a part of the budget. And also the fact that giving council offices a little freedom to get things done, that they don't have to come and put a motion together and get 8 votes to get something directed, is a great deal of, I think, benefit. But that would be one of the things I'd say, let's look at what they use the money for. And I think it's important that we realize that that money is very specifically designated, and although the newspaper likes to call it a slush fund, the key is that it all goes into the community, and hopefully everyone's using it as directed. But I know in my office, we could not survive without having a little bit of money from the issue of franchise fees or dealing with the street furniture. You just couldn't get certain things done. You might as well just tell people, I can't help you. And the same thing with special events. And, the one thing I think Mr. Smith started on this, and hopefully we can get it done before he leaves, we're leaving millions of dollars on the table for street furniture because we have a couple of council districts that just won't play ball. And so it's one of those things that he had a very comprehensive response to it, saying you get two cracks at it. If you don't come up with the location, somebody will select it for you. But the whole city is suffering because we have a couple of council officers that don't want to follow those rules. So in effect, but they all share in the revenue. But again, it could be significantly more revenue. So those are the things I think we have to me anyway, to be sensitive to about looking at what gets done and again, thinking about this process that happens daily. I just don't know how you get them done if you have to go through everyone on an 8-person vote to get something uniquely situated in your district. Anything?
Sounds like your office has been busy, so we appreciate all your hard work. In terms of process, Mr. Chair, do you envision us adopting, the principles as well as the recommendations, do you envision us adopting those before next fiscal year? Or are they going to be part of next year's budget, or how does this process align?
I would think that we'd like to have a meeting fairly quickly because many of these items should be at least on the road before we start dealing with the budget. Because they could be a part of the budget, they could be clarity in the budget, but I would think we'd want to at least have a meeting or two before we start the budget to give the CAO some clarification, because the more that we're able to address this fiscal year and put in place, that 1 or 2 months of money you save is 12, also you assure there's 12 months of money next year.
Gotcha. So along those lines, one of the things that you talk about is reorganizing city government. And two things that are on my mind. One is we all talk about the new normal. And, given this recession we're in, how we may be expected to provide services, not only in the type, but the amount of service. You're talking about getting to a definition of core service. The other question is amount. I know we talked about it last budget season, but perhaps looking again at it and do a full analysis as to whether the city should be open 4 versus the 5 days that we are now. I know you did some work on it, but maybe we might look at that again as the 3-year sustainability plan, is that's going to be the new normal. And when our kids are growing up, the next generation, maybe they say, hey, government, they're open 4 days a week because that's all we could afford. But maybe we might want to throw that back in the mix. I'm not sure if you put it in as a recommendation or as well and include it there. The other thing is, as Chair of Public Works, one thing that I keep looking at is that, we provide the services in that department very differently from other departments. We have a different model. We have a commission that is full-time. I'm not sure if it could be one of those recommendations in your report or a separate one I could ask for through my committee about looking at whether we should have one general manager for Public Works. And there might, is there a recommendation in there? Oh, I didn't see it.
It's one of the 50.
Okay, I didn't see it in there. Okay, it's in there, fine. We'll look at it. Thanks.
Yeah. We have I know there was a lot of paper. I think we passed out a table of contents of all 50 recommendations, but that is one of them.
Okay.
To have a general manager who has an experience specific in public works. Gotcha. And a part-time board as well.
Yeah.
Yes. First of all, I want to thank you again for what you put before us and all the work of everybody here in the room that's been working pretty hard on all of these issues going forward. As you and I have spoken in an offline meeting that we had, we need to put everything on the table. And when we put it all on the table, we have to take the positioning that you have clearly pointed out of where the economy is today. And we don't see it bouncing back to the pre-2008 tomorrow. With that as the case, you mentioned 2012. There's the possibility for us to take advantage of a big turnout and put a ballot measure on that could generate more revenue. Because there's two ways we have to deal with this: consolidation, paying more ourselves, and getting more revenue. There's a lot of people who feel that the taxing system in the country is inadequate, again, for lots of reasons that have chipped it away from what it used to be 25, 30 years ago, and that's why we don't have the revenue stream for a lot of the services that people take for granted. And so I appreciate you discussing that and moving forward. You also mentioned specific ideas on health care and pension reform. And you also mentioned looking at the COLAs going forward that were part of a deal we put together when it was a sunny day. And maybe we need to look at some of the outer years that are really 2011-12, 2012-13, and 2013-14, and just put it out there. I think everybody needs to appreciate the dynamics, because if I have my way in life on this, I would like not to have any more furloughs or any more layoffs. I would like to find a way that we can operate, but in a different climate. For instance, we all know what's going on in Arizona and 3 or 4 other states where there's a tremendous energy on the street coming from different directions. Obviously, I believe that if we pay more in our pensions, more in our health care, for sure, that's a step in the right direction. We cannot expect the taxpayers, at the expense of basic services, to pay for pensions and health care. When we were in a different spot, that was a different day. But today, I don't want to close a park. I don't want to stop the policing and the firework. I don't want to stop the street services and the tree trimming and all the realities of living today. So that will be a very healthy discussion. And I also appreciate that the Coalition of Unions and you and others have been in discussions, and that there is an openness to the reality of today that might not have been among any of us 2 or 3 years ago, but we're all living in the real world. So I don't know how the mayor's going to position himself in his budget. But I think what you have suggested, and you have outlined it specifically and clearly in the 50 points, would be helpful that at a certain point you put down those that are key to you, that we as an elected group have to, face the music and have that healthy discussion. Frankly, I don't want politics to determine where we go as much as I want the basic core mission of the city and keeping employees on a job that is a critical job to them, as it is obviously to the services of the constituents. I'm being somewhat vague on some of the specifics for obvious reasons, because I think it's your role, with our role, to put it all out there, and the mayor as well. More options on the table of reality, the better our decision-making will be. I don't particularly want to have one thing over the other unless it's all put out there in a packaged way. And I understand that the private sector historically has not been good to the workforce. The rich, yes, but the average workers, no. In fact, they're making less real dollars today than they did yesterday. Unions in the private sector don't really exist in any great numbers anymore. And we see a lot of outsourcing of our jobs to third world countries that are putting us in a position that jeopardizes the basic middle class. And these are something we're all feeling like a storm that has taken us. So I look forward to that kind of integrity and candidness and leadership, so that when we go into this situation in a month from now, we know what our options are.
Thank you very much. We will hold this in the committee and set up a meeting on the discussion of those 50 points, and hopefully we have one or two, or at least a couple of meetings before the budget process starts, so we can have some clarity as to direction before sending any of these to council.
Did you indicate that this would not, the overview, did you want the overview on Wednesday's council agenda without the specific action until?
Well, I was thinking that probably with the overview without the accompanying 50 recommendations,
I think what I may suggest, if you would like to have the discussion in council, that you send this forward without recommendation, but then you have council directed to send it back to have the discussion.
You better not even get it there. I got news for you. If this goes forward without, with a desire to bring it back, it's still going to get a 4-hour discussion, so.
Plus, the thing that we're trying not to do is have it dispersed to 15 policy committees, and then we have no way of tracking what's going on.
Well, the reason I raise it is that I have heard from some of your colleagues who are interested in just the larger discussion. I mean, this body is obviously very familiar with these issues as budget and finance. And so I got a couple of calls asking when would at least a larger presentation be before the full council, even if the specific recommendations are not. So I know that I've heard some interest from some of your colleagues.
So you're interested in just having the same presentation?
Right, just I would recommend having just the larger discussion, knowing that your committee plus whatever policy committee would discuss the specific recommendations.
What's that going to accomplish? It's going to open up debate.
Well,
once that little iceberg comes through, it's going to open up the whole thing. And we'll talk for 4 or 5 hours and then do nothing, and then we'll bring it back here and we'll bring it back council again and talk for another 4 or 5 hours. So what does that accomplish?
What I think it accomplishes is that it informs your colleagues of the challenges that lie ahead, and it could be done as a presentation only with no discussion.
Why don't you do that without it coming back as part of this report? And I was going to suggest we split this item and vote on the part of it that won't go forward and hold the other part in committee. Then in your presentation to the council, say these are the kind of things that are yet to be discussed and they're being held in committee. So it doesn't open up this huge debate
As
on
part of
all
the
these
FSR.
53 items.
Got it.
Okay?
Okay.
So that's my motion.
So we deal with the principles you'll discuss as part of the FSR, and we'll hold the item in committee and have a couple of meetings before we present it.
And you just allude to it.
Okay? Thank you very much. We're adjourned.
I don't want these guys talking. 4 hours. Yeah, exactly. I just gave you 4 hours of your life back.